Hi, kids. It's a real gone show. It's new. It's different. It's the zaniest, the craziest, the most hilarious contest you have ever seen. Fun's a-poppin', crazy races. Cheer your favorite. The number on the coupon you received at the door is numbered 1 to 10. Remember your number. You may be a winner. If you have the winning number, come to the snack bar for your free prize.
What is it?
Say,
What is it?
hey, why it's Buttercup. Popcorn and sweet cream butter, too hot popcorn. Mix it up, wrap it up, Buttercup is born.
It's delicious.
So nutritious.
It's a taste delight.
It's so munchy,
Crisp and crunchy.
you'll enjoy each bite. Eat butter-drenched Buttercup popcorn at its best.
Served in a king-size cup.
It beats all the rest.
Wait till you see what I get from the refreshment counter. Oh boy, popcorn and candy bars and ice cream and oh boy, sparkling ice cold Coca-Cola. Oh boy, that tastes good. Have you been to the refreshment counter?
Remember, your favorite snack will taste especially good with world-famous ice-cold Coca-Cola.
Candy is dandy at the drive-in theater. Smooth, rich chocolate, chewy caramels, or creamy nougats. Whatever your favorite is, you'll find it here at the Refreshment Center. Come on in and take your pick. Treat yourself to some delicious candy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The management of this drive-in theater is happy to announce you can enjoy your favorite form of movie entertainment regardless of rain. No longer will it be necessary to let rain spoil your fun. Now you can keep your windshield clear and dry with a Drizzle guard. Simply attach it to your windshield, and in a jiffy, you're enjoying the movie without constantly running your windshield wipers. A Drizzle guard will save you gasoline and wear and tear on your battery. After the show is over, all you do is take off your Drizzle guard, roll it up, and it's ready to be used again, just like an umbrella. So next time it rains, don't sizzle in a drizzle. Get yourself a Drizzle guard and enjoy the show. Drizzle guards are on sale now at the Concession Center.
We are about to witness the takeoff of the first manned rocket to outer space. We pick up the count. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
We're off to visit the planets. There are treats galore in the stars. Venus is loaded with candy, and ice cream is found upon Mars. The soda pump's fizzing on Saturn. When you're thirsty, it's sure it's the spot. And Jupiter's really jumping. The popcorn is buttered and hot. But the best of them all is the planet, where all of these treats are at hand. And that is the spot we now head for, our theater refreshment stand.
Men, there's a drive-in movie full of juicy people. Wow! It's a trap! Help! It's Pick! We've had it, men.
A pleasant aroma for you, but not for mosquitoes. Pick is easy to use. Light it and forget it. Pick's aroma keeps mosquitoes, gnats, and sandflies away. Pick is the best protection for barbecues, fishing and camping trips, or just relaxing in the yard.
So if you don't want our company up anywhere, just like Pick and see what I mean? Bye.
Pick is on sale at the refreshment stand now.
You are fake news.
We hope you're enjoying your visit here this evening. Now, on with the show.
Cosmic Quest has one of America's largest supplies of Doctor Who, the longest-running science fiction show in history. Was Tulsa's largest inventory of Star Trek material and paperbacks. Also, baseball and science fiction dumb cars. And role-playing games, including Champions and Starfleet battles. We carry a huge inventory of comic books, new and rare, including direct sales titles, such as Red Star, Vigilante, and Infinity Incorporated. Come in and see that comic books are a great investment for collectors, not just for kids anymore. We also carry original movie posters and can special order older posters. Come to Cosmic Quest, next to the Bowman Twin Theater. Bring your ticket stub for 20% off of all movie posters.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Dog days, hot dog days, that is, somehow have a way of turning out to be fun days. The pop and sizzle of the juicy meat seems to say, come and get me, I'm done to a turn. Yep, hungry or not, it's hard to resist the tantalizing aroma and taste appeal of a sizzling hot dog. The nice part of it is, there's one waiting for you right now at the refreshment stand.
Free for our patrons, men, women, boys, girls. Through the cooperation of leading business places, you may now have free admission to this theater. Ask for Dividend tickets when you shop at... Names of merchants who give Dividend tickets are listed in the lobby of the theater and on circulars at the concession stand. Dividend tickets will be accepted on all standard box office price films. So take a circular with you today and start stating Dividend tickets tomorrow when you shop. See your next movie completely free.
No, God, please, no, no, no,
Hey guys, welcome back to the Four Color Fossils television program. It's almost 7, and it's Graphic Man's not here tonight, so I'm taking over the reins for this one time only. He'll be back next week. I've got the dog locked out of the room, so nothing will be chewed on, and I won't be attacked. So it's a wonderful Wednesday, August 31st, 2022. And I summon forth the evil four-color fossils from all points of the earth. Oh, I see we have one now, all the way from Portugal. Here's Paulo.
Greetings, great Grotto.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay.
So I don't know how to do your normal slideshow. Do you have some physical comics tonight?
No, but that shouldn't be too hard. I share the window that I want, and then it shows up as if it's another person wanting to come in, and you select it.
Okay, that sounds easy enough. Sorry, I just was wincing. I have this horrible pain in my neck.
Mm-hmm. Although I do have a comic here that I can show you if needed, and I can talk a little about it.
Okay. Here's Eric Green. He got in without me going to. How did you get in without me? Did someone send it to you through Twitter or something?
I got a hold of Mankman and had him do it.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, so you're gonna send a slideshow to me, and then we actually have 3 minutes before we formally begin. We have 4 viewers, which I guess 3 of us count as viewers. So there's 1 viewer. Dog vomited. Very nice. Very great. So, there's Jambo.
Hey guys.
Jambo.
Hey Jambo.
What's going? So, there's Jambo. Oh shit.
Grotto, just to make sure, can you check? Can you see the window? With the thing that
I do see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be it. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. Cool. So that's the whole thing for the whole night, or just in separate ones for each round. I hope I didn't just. What did I just freaking do?
Well, you shuffled me with Eric, but you can shuffle us around.
How do I didn't mean to do that. I didn't even know what I'm doing. But your slideshow disappeared. Did I ban it?
I took it out. I took it out. I just wanted to make sure that you know how to work it. So.
Okay, yeah, I haven't done this in a while. I used to I got addicted to the StreamYard. I was doing it like every day for 6-7 hours. That was insanity. Back a long time ago. So, shit. What was up today, Eric, at the comic shop?
I was here today. I have a problem with a cousin of your latest house guest. Only mine's the kind that crawl on the ground. So I had to pest control people out today.
Okay, house guest. I was trying to think who you're talking about. Because I have a house guest coming in a few days, and I thought maybe you knew about that, and you were referring to that. Yes.
Well, I remember you used to have a guy that came over every Friday when you lived in Texas, but no, did you get the bat out?
Oh yeah. Well, I talked about how I fixed that problem in the chat, but well, yeah, what I did is for those of you that don't know, there was a bat hanging from a rafter in the house Saturday morning, so I got up on a stool and moved a little small plastic trash can up. The bat fell into it, and I slid a piece of cardboard as a lid over the trash can and took it outside, and it flew away. but it doesn't solve the mystery of how it got in the house.
It's possible that you have a few members of his family hanging around.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
So probably need to call pest control, especially because you can't kill them. I'm not. Depending on the state, a few species of bat are protected species, so you can't just kill them.
Oh, well, I wouldn't have ever thought of killing them, but I mean, what's the worst case scenario? They start chewing on electric wires or something?
They will start shitting everywhere.
Oh, shitting everywhere.
Yeah, and it's toxic. It'll start wrecking all your woodworks.
Do you have a open chimney anywhere, Gratu?
Not. I hope not.
Fireplace?
No, there's no fireplaces here. Surprisingly, for a house built in 1918, there are no fireplaces.
Just a crematorium that was put in when it was a funeral home.
That's usually how they get in, is through a chimney.
Yeah, I would think so. You'd think the attic, except we sleep in the attic. It's converted into living space. I guess the show has actually begun at 7:01, but I don't. Who wants to go first?
Don't matter. I'll go if you want to.
Sure.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I was ready again, so let's share the screen again.
Oh.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go to Jambo and then you, Paulo.
All right. So the winner will be there waiting.
Yeah, good. Let's see. Wait. What the hell am I doing? There we go. Hold on, guys. It takes me a few seconds to get reactivated to this. Oh, there I go. Solo layout.
All right. Well, today I went to my comic shop and I ended up buying a little box of comics from a guy that was trying to sell them to the shop. They didn't want to offer him anything for them because, truthfully, there wasn't much in there. It was just like some King Conan stuff.
Oh, okay.
There was about anywhere from 80 to 100 books in there. And it was Conan stuff and some Savage Sword and things like that. And that's actually what I'm doing right now. I'm going through it and stuff. But I might show some of those later. But
okay.
Let me just show you some stuff I had pulled out from the previous week.
Oh, cool.
Wow, number 52 from 1947. And Mary Marvel. And this was really cool. I'd not seen none of these before, but there is a line of books called Topics like this, and they're based on history and true stories and stuff like that. But yeah, just had a great Bible cover there.
Yeah.
And
I like those Bible comics that always have fight scenes on the front.
Right.
All the young boys. Picture stories from the Bible, and it's someone punching someone out in the front.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. This was. There were several of them, just like I said, based on history and stuff like that. This was from 1947. I just thought it was pretty cool with the trade dress up there. And
yep. What does it say in between Topics and comics there?
Timeless, truthful telling.
Oh, that's not very fun.
Yeah, I don't know how many kids actually bought that, but I mean, as an adult looking at a old comic book, I thought it was pretty cool. And I got this, which I was happy to get because this is number one of the B. Barbie Riders. Yeah, it's from 1950. So
that's the one that later would become bondage, Satan, torture comic.
There was one cover, that had like some decapitated heads on it. It was a horror cover, and I think Frank Frazetta did a couple of covers, and one of them was kind of like kind of iffy.
Yeah, that's great.
So, yeah, there's some old cowboy stuff, and I got that.
The hell? Oh, okay.
48, and this one had some Harvey Kurtzman in it too, so that was cool.
That's probably what Dr. Fauci wants us to wear the next round.
Harvey Kurtzman had a one-page strip that was
Hey, look.
Yeah. And I think Fantagraphics put out a collection of that about 2 decades ago.
And I believe that's what's in here is Hey Look. Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's pretty cool. And I don't know, probably a lot of you guys got this, but
I didn't get it because I don't have any comic stores, but I would have.
yeah. I'll get you one, man. I've got like 2 or 3 of them, 2 or 3 more coming. So I will get you one and send you one. Yeah.
Yeah, there's that, and there's several other replica comics that have come out recently that I've been wishing I could get.
Yeah, it had the ads and stuff on the back.
Oh yeah.
So that was pretty cool. And,
oh yeah.
So that was pretty cool.
Somebody may have an extra window.
Yeah, we got an echo going on or something. And I got that. Yeah, we got an echo going on or something. And I got that.
I think it started when you came in, Steve.
It can't be me. Let me see. Look, hold on.
No echo.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Oh, that's your round.
That's it for the first round. Yeah, I'll get some of this other stuff together and I'll show it.
Okay, well here's Paulo, and let's get your stream going.
Yeah, you have to select there it is. Okay, so a couple of months ago, on a show that you were not on, but I showed covers from a French magazine that I'm sure you'd have liked to see because it was Charlie Hebdo. Yeah. But so I decided to pick a few similar magazines, and I'll start with Fluid Glacial.
This isn't going to get us killed, is it?
No. Fluid Glacial is sort of what would Mad Magazine be if it was edited by Dennis Kitchen. And this is distributed in newsstands in France. We can also buy them in Portugal in selected newsagents. And yeah, there's a mix of humor and risque material, and a few of the things that they put out, you'll even find material by Guido Crepax in here. So it's the sort of cheesecake that intellectuals like that you'll find in there. So this is the cover to number 1. A bunch of cartoonists got together. The magazine was assembled by cover to number 1. A bunch of cartoonists got. It's you, Steve. You have to.
I don't know what's going on.
You have to move the mic away from the. A bunch of cartoonists got. It's you, Steve. You have to.
You probably have the other window open.
Mic away from the. You have to move the mic away from the columns.
You probably have the other window open.
I don't have anything open.
You have to move the mic away from the columns.
You probably have the other window open.
I don't have anything open. Hold on.
Yeah, you had a light. You had a light. Yeah, you had a light.
Better.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sounds okay now.
All right.
Are
So
we looking good now?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that, guys.
No problem. So Fluid Glacial was created by a cartoonist named Gottlieb. Gottlieb was producing some material for Pilote, which was the magazine from where Asterix came from. But he wanted to push the envelope, and Jean-Michel Charlier was not willing to push the envelope in those directions. So Gottlieb got a bunch of his friends from Paris, and they all got together and produced Fluid Glacial. And this is the cover to issue number 1. Some of the names here. One of them is Forest. Jean-Claude Forest was the creator of Barbarella. So this is the cover to number 7. There's a Tarzan parody on the cover.
Man, I always thought it was Jean-Claude Forest. It's cool to hear it actually pronounced correctly. So what does that translate to?
Flux glacial. It's well, it's sort of a joke for sperm. Because it's sort of it would be something like whipped cream. It's sort of a joke for whipped cream. So yeah, it's making cream pie. So it's making you think of semen.
So it embarrasses you when you have to buy it at the counter. That's a good cover there with the Tarzan. Do you know if the Tarzan parody is inside too?
There's one on this one. There are a few strips which were permanent, but a few of the things they're like Mad Magazine, so they're making fun of pop culture alongside social political events. Although I don't remember a Tarzan movie in 1976.
You mentioned Dennis Kitchen. How did Underground Comics wind up? In what format did they wind up over there? The Skip Williamson Crumb stuff, was that translated?
Well, it was translated. There was this opening when Dennis Kitchen rediscovered Will Eisner. They did some. Eisner was invited to go to France. Then and there was always a little bit of interchange of a cultural interchange. A few of the guys that ended up working for Pilot, they tried their hand at the American market in the late 40s, early 50s. So a few of them got exposed to EC Comics, but not to stuff like Zap Comics. But the channel was open. So when Zap or Air Pirates started appearing in the US, if anyone in France took a trip to the United States, those were the things that they would try to get. And eventually, Robert Crumb ended up moving to France with his wife. They live in a village in France for almost 3 decades, and they still haven't learned over the French.
Was Harvey Kurtzman the guy that championed that young underground people and brought it to Europe because of the respect for Kurtzman through EC, or is that?
Might have been. They tried to do their own version of Mad, and it didn't work. And there was this movie director who also moved to France, Melvin Van Peebles, and he worked on a bunch of these of this type of magazines. He worked for Charlie Hebdo and Charlie Mansuel, and he was the editor in chief of the French Mad. So yeah.
Really? That's the guy that made Sweetback's badass song. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
And he was the editor of a foreign Mad magazine type.
Yeah, he lived in France, and he worked for the French magazines. He produced material in French for the French magazines. So there was, as long as there was this little interchange, the underground stuff was always going to be the one that was going to make more of an impact on French comic creators, trying to push the envelope. So that's how magazines like this show up.
Yeah, about a year ago, I don't want to keep interrupting, but I'm different from graphic fans. But about a year ago, Eric, you were trying to figure out this magazine. You had a magazine at your shop called Help, and it was a Harvey Kurtzman magazine from the early to mid 60s. It was put out by James Warren, and in that, I think that's where Crumb first got published, and Terry Gilliam before he went on to Monty Python, and he's. So my question, Paulo, is did Help get translated in Europe
No.
Do you even know that magazine? You probably know the magazine.
I've heard of Help, but I don't think it got famous enough for it to have that much of an impact, even with Kurtzman in there, because Kurtzman was not a very good businessman.
No,
So,
but he is the godfather of the underground comics, like completely. But anyway, I'll shut up.
No, no problem. Okay, so the character on the cover is Super Dupont. Is a superhero parody. He actually started in Pilote in 1972, but Gottlieb, who was the creator, brought him to Fluid Glacial. So there are a bunch of covers featuring Super Dupont, and yeah, he's a parody of he's like the French martial law 10 years before. He makes fun of superheroes. He makes fun of both American culture and French culture, as well as the foreign perception of what the French people are like. That's why he's wearing a beret. He's all the way about. I'm not sure if it was product placement, but he smoked specifically smoked Gauloise cigarettes, which was one of the French brands, one of the more famous French cigarette brand. And he in what is sort of a fourth wall breaking parody, he refused to be inked in China ink.
Oh man.
Okay, so this one is interesting because this artwork is by Franquin. Franquin was better known for working on the very tame Spirou. Spirou was Tintin's greatest rival from Belgian comics. Franquin worked on Spirou for a number of years. He was also the editor of Le Journal de Spirou. So the fact that he worked for that he produced some material for Fluid Glacial, it's sort of like Dan DeCarlo actually producing real porn comics. You know those works, those jokes in Archie, that you can see the sexual innuendos. So imagine that there is a magazine where Dan DeCarlo could actually make an Archie porn parody.
I think Dan DeCarlo did a good 20-30 page story in Penthouse Comics, didn't he? Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I didn't know. I'm not surprised if he did, but I'd like to.
I'll dig it out. I might have it in the other room. Of course, I can't really show it on Graphic Man's show. That wouldn't be.
Yeah, well, I tried not to show there were pictures. There were covers with drawings of naked women, but I specifically chose not to show those.
Use the wholesome ones of someone shooting up and stuff.
Yeah, but there's cleavage under boob and the odd nipple. So okay, so here they're talking. Anisha talking about drugs, and they're using Tintin to.
Oh yeah.
And this is very subversive because Tintin. Yeah, because Tintin is, of course, the most wholesome comic in the French language. And showing him on the cover shooting himself with H.
That's basically the Lord Yanni.
And got some stuff, yeah.
This is a fun cover. It's one of those that you flip around and the image works. Actually, let me see if I can flip this around.
Oh, wow.
See?
Oh, cool.
Oh, now, yeah, I see them on people like that on YouTube all the time.
Is a nice cover.
I don't get the joke in that cover. Was that?
Yeah, I don't.
They're interviewing Albert Einstein. I guess you got to read the caption to get it.
Yeah, I think he's talking about ecstasy. I've been I've been looking for E for so long, and then I found it was equal to MC squared.
What year are we dealing with here? Late 70s, early 80s?
This magazine started in 1975. This cover is from 1979.
Okay.
Here's a Star Wars parody.
Okay, what is he being kicked in the nuts? Is that the
Yep.
joke?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not real sophisticated humor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like the DC horror comics, Fluid Glacial also ended up having their own damn kids. And also, 30 years before Harambe, we have a gorilla cover. It does look like Harambe. Another Super Dupont, Operation Camembert, his favorite type of cheese.
You ever see the Italian Spider-Man on YouTube?
Yep. And here's another Super Dupont. Here's making fun of Superman. They turned the S logo into a Z logo just to make sure. Because the likeness is very close. So by turning it into a Z, they can claim it's a parody without violating trademark.
Right. It seems like that's all that matters anymore is the emblem.
Yeah, and also you'll notice that the layouts were done by Neil Adams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The dirty movie parodies of the superheroes that were popular about 10 years ago, that's all the characters' names. It's completely, they don't even change anything like they used to in the parodies in Mad. All they do is like Spider-Man's chest, it's an X. Superman has an X in his shield, but other than that, it's actually more faithful than the regular movies. Okay.
And this is the cover to number 99, where they're celebrating the issue number 100, which only comes out next month. So this is the pre-party, and the guy's Gottlieb, and that's
These are the clean covers you chose.
Yeah. Well, you'll see that the nipples are covered. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'll come back later. I'm going to show Charlie Mensuel, which was the monthly version of Charlie Hebdo.
Okay, let's see. Eric, you ready?
I'm contractually obligated to go last, I found out.
Oh, are you? I don't know.
I didn't know, but I might argue.
Well, since there's only 5 of us, are you ready to monologue?
I am always ready to monologue.
Okay, we'll go to Steve, Charlton 66.
All right. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Jambo, man, that Barbie Writers, man, that was an awesome book.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah, man, that's a scarce book according to Overstreet.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Some of them are kind of hard to find.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The one he was talking about earlier, the horror cover.
Oh, yeah.
Sought after, and it's kind of hard to find.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
At
but
least
that's
at a decent price.
It is scarce, so good luck finding the rest of them. I know it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
So on to that, since you start with the Westerns, I've been reading a stack of Westerns, so I'm going to get out my part of my Western box and start out with a little bit of Western Roundup from Dell Giant, first issue with our favorite Western heroes.
Cool.
Yeah, these are. I almost have the complete run. I don't have them all. They're square bound and they're cardboard covers. So that being said, they're kind of tough to get them in a decent shape. Here's number 3 from 1953.
Oh, wow.
The cutout heads kind of bug me in later issues because they're getting kind of long in the tooth. Some of the Western heroes, and the floating heads just don't do them justice. I like when they do this. This is number 4. And they put them like in signposts or posters or whatever. I think that's kind of cool.
There's a comic shop near me that had got in a collection of cowboy stuff like that, Dell stuff.
Yeah.
They had several of those in there, but they had really high prices, is what I thought. They were like $7 a piece.
How much?
about $70 a piece.
Oh yeah, that's kind of high. Yeah,
man, I ain't pulling the trigger on that.
You
You
know,
know,
even in high grade, $70 is still pushing it.
and they were nice. Don't get me wrong, they were nice,
Right.
but still,
Yeah, that's rough.
Jambo, I don't know if anybody bought them yet, but I had some at the store, and when I was marking everything down.
Really,
there were some Western Roundups in there.
I need to get up there,
They
man.
could be gone now, but
Number 6 from 54. You see how Gene, he's looking kind of old there. Kind of feel bad for this cover, but you know, it's from 54. So Gene's been in the business since the late 20s. So you figure, you know, he's up there. This is not a bad floating head cover, but it's all black, so it's kind of nice. Number 8 from 1954. You get you get a bang for your buck, and you get them in good prices. This is not a bad one. This is one of my favorite, one of my more favorite covers. This is number 9 from 55. The train cover is kind of cool.
Yeah, I like that one too.
This is neat what they did with this is not in very good shape. Number 10 from 55. They're in pocket watches. That's kind of a cool idea.
Huh.
And Mike had this copy because his name's written on it, whoever Mike was. This is number 11 from 55. Number 15 from 56. I think in 10 more years, in 66 is when Gene Autry retired from show business and did more business buying baseball teams and radio stations and stuff and that kind of thing. This is nice because it's a painted cover and you got a little rodeo action. This is number 16 from 56. Those are painted pictures on there.
I like that one better, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. This is pretty ratty, but number 17 from 57.
Yeah, because see, you got art on there and you got their heads too.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I do like that. And they're off of it altogether on number 19. More action looking, just the floating heads. And this is my first issue that I ever bought of Western Roundup back in like 90. This is number 21 from 58.
Oh, that's a good cover, though.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice cover. All right, that's it for me for right now, guys. Let's go somebody else.
Any of you guys ever see old Will Rogers doing his rope tricks back in the day?
Yeah.
That's cool. That's when I see somebody out swinging a lariat like that, it always reminds me of Will Rogers doing his rope tricks.
Yeah, always telling a joke or telling little stories and flipping the rope around. Yeah, good stuff.
Okay, so I guess it's my turn. Let's see. Almost got a vacuum cleaner going. You know, this is something you probably all have, but I think in case there's people out there that have never seen it, this Thor comic that Steve Rude drew.
Oh wow!
Is you guys know of this?
No, I've never seen that.
Oh, okay. Well, it's like Kirby art, but it's
that's beautiful.
It's Steve Rude, and it's he did it's like a real Silver Age comic.
Yeah.
I mean, the cover isn't that striking, but the inside it's just like you're reading a reprint from 1965.
Wow. That's gorgeous.
But, Steve Rude's style is a little bit more streamlined than Kirby's, just a little bit, and it has his style mixed in with Kirby, so it's something wonderful. It was I guess it's a one shot. There's some Steve Rude Spider-Man comics that are really good too. I don't know what that series is called, but This is called Godstorm, apparently.
I think the Spider-Man might have been Lifeline.
Something like that. I mean, you just Google or DuckDuckGo Spider-Man. I'm just pulling out random stuff because I haven't bought anything new. I went to a festival, a local community festival on Saturday, and this lady that runs a local kind of a antique store that's open upon request. I've never been to it. She said she has a bunch of Archie comics, and she's going to call me Monday. So they're from the 60s, 70s, and maybe 80s. Man, if this movie had only looked like that, it's really, this is such a striking image. And I just open up the book and see this, and I just remember that feeling of, wow, I can't wait till this movie comes out, and then that crushing feeling when I actually saw this super villain team up. I don't know. Have these gone up in price? Probably.
They probably will, yeah, Dr. Doom and stuff.
Yeah, everyone's speculating on him.
Speculation, yeah.
Yeah, but when they see how badly they mess up the Fantastic Four movie, it'll just go in the... I'm sure they will.
They've already done that twice or 3 times. So.
Yeah, but now Marvel's turn to actually do it.
You would think they would get it right eventually, but maybe not.
Well, they could have 10 years ago.
Right.
I'm looking through this... I don't know if you remember this Penthouse Comics line from 10 years ago. No, 20, 30 years ago. What the heck am I talking about? It has really good artists. It's just like a dirty heavy metal. I'm trying to find that Dan DeCarlo issue.
Adam Hughes in there also. And some of
Yeah, there's his name. He's on in just about every issue, I guess. Looks like. I just found this pile. Yeah, it's like there's a Dan DeCarlo like has most of an issue. Oh, here it is. I assume this is Dan DeCarlo. There's a guy, Dan Parent, that's like real self-aware that does. Like he's a guy now that goes to conventions and draws Betty and Veronica as all these other. No, this is art is not. It's by Gary Leach. Sorry. I made a mistake. Let me see if I can find a tame page that I can show on. No. But you can kind of see the art style is.
Yeah, it does look a lot like Archie from like the.
That's about the only page that's showable. Okay, so enough of those comics. Okay. This is cool. This Hellboy Jr., you know about this probably. I just like the simulation of Harvey. Yeah, there's some comic, I don't know if it came out today, that Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills was showing. It was a Batman comic, and it had a corner box like Marvel had in the 60s with a vintage 1975 Batman in the box, but of course the art was the normal modern jumbled up stuff. But here's a John McCain comic. Take that out of the bag.
Don't damage it, right, dude.
Anyone. On the back is who is that? Is that what's her face? The
Christina Aguilera.
Yeah, there you go. I couldn't remember her name. Yeah, it shows all the torture that he underwent and everything. I'm not laughing at the torture. I'm just laughing that this comic exists.
Was that thing written by Chris Claremont?
I know, right?
Oh, because Chris Claremont was in some recent controversy.
No, because of all of the artists covered by
all the words, yeah.
Well, you know, the thing about the words is comics. This probably is a very extreme, and no one's talking. It's just like a book. But yeah, are there any? There's no word balloons throughout this whole thing. It's just like a book. Comics today don't have any words in them. That's a terrible illustration.
Gosh, it is.
Terrible.
I seen a Bernie Sanders comic not too long ago. It was pretty scary.
Oh, Bernie Sanders. Oh, yeah. There's a Bernie Sanders comic?
Yes.
That's funny.
You wouldn't believe there's a Vladimir Zelensky comic.
Wow.
It's being published in multiple languages in Europe.
Well, he was a comedian that was in a sitcom playing the president. Is that correct?
And then
they
he
selected him to be president, like as a joke, because he's just a figurehead, just like Biden was put in just as a joke to laugh at us. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just looking at old Shazam.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But it's trashed. It's all. Is there a solution to that? A press or something?
Press.
A clean and a press will do it well.
Yeah. Here's Batman, the Human Flying Saucer.
Oh, I love that comic book. Such a cool book.
I assume that the back cover is a joke. That CC Beck is advertising that soon they're going to have Captain Shazam.
Yeah.
On Super Swinger. They never could have done that. Our Space Age. Saucer cup looks like a Hershey's Kiss. Yeah, this stuff is genius, and I need to. Damn, is there anyone that lives anywhere close, anywhere out there that lives anywhere near where I live that could trade comics? I guess I'm going to have to actually drive to Des Moines and investigate these comic shops. But online, I probably should go in there and they'll see this video and but on Facebook, they're all posed going, they call it the millennial smile. I don't really want to associate with people that, look, so here's a Metal Men.
Nice. That's cool.
What is this? Is this that Myelite 2 stuff that you guys talk about?
Yeah, it looks like a Myelite 2.
So this is what Captain Strangelove cuts the corners and takes the tape.
Yeah.
This is what they put all the nicer comics in these bags at Duncanville Books back in Texas. And then books that wind up in the $5, $2 bins sometimes are in this because they started in the other bins.
Right.
Anyway, I don't have anything is that spectacular. I'll start digging through, but let me see who started everything tonight. I don't remember. Oh, Captain Strangelove is waiting, and let's get him on.
Hans.
Hey, how long have you been waiting? I didn't even see you there.
About 20 minutes.
Oh, sorry. I didn't even see you there.
How's it going?
Are you ready to go? Because I think everyone else has had a turn.
I'm looking through something right
now.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you some time. And
I can go.
Okay, Eric. I need to remember how to do this. Okay.
Hans is messing with my contractual obligations, but yeah. That's gonna make it late.
Oh, wait, you are the last one to go, and you haven't gone yet.
Right.
I thought you were already gone. Okay, never mind. Well, this is your turn.
Man, I'm less memorable than I thought.
Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm going to show some Archies that I was going to show a couple weeks ago when we had Joe on. Archie and me. Let's see, Archie's joke book. The 19th issue of Archie's Madhouse.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Number 33.
Cool. So is this stuff that comes through your store that you snag, or you just get it other places too?
A combination of both. Archie's Pals and Gals.
That's the office.
Betty and Veronica.
They're in love with a weatherman. Is that what's going on?
Gosh, if our school had a teacher like Mr. Novak, the truant officer would be out of a job.
Novak must be a reference to some TV show at the time with a teacher. I don't know. She's gone beatnik.
Let's see. Everything's Archie.
Where's this one?
There's number 26. Josie, number 6.
Cool.
Yeah, Ken, these are the bags that Jambo and I are using. I said they don't cost any more than a regular one, but they give the effect of, kind of like a poor man's My Light.
Right.
So far, so good. They don't, they don't like constrict and crush the comics or anything else. I wonder what can go wrong with these.
Are they thick enough that you can cut the edges and tuck it in like Captain Strangelove does it?
I would imagine. I said the only problem I've had is the Dell Giants. If they're more than the 100 pages, like some of them were 128 pages, I think, they don't fit.
Oh.
It's First Josie and the Pussycats.
Oh. That's a pretty expensive book, huh? A couple $100 or?
Not in this shape. Like I said, these I showed Green Lantern number 2 last week that looked great, but it's absolutely destroyed. But you can't get these bags.
Oh, that's great.
That's an awesome cover.
Yeah.
What number is that?
This is 58.
Yeah, there was a time period where they had horror covers on it.
Yeah. That was my inspiration for these, was that video when you were talking about those.
I don't have that one either. Man, I got to get some of these.
The thing about this show, you always see stuff you want when you're done into it.
Yeah, one of these days I'm sending Mike a bill.
I got that from Rack in 7-Eleven when it came out. So I have that one. That's a great cover.
That is a great cover.
And if Micah reminds me that this whole thing was that this was my idea, it doesn't matter. I still need to bill somebody because I'm going broke.
Did you see Comic Crypt's video today?
Haven't seen it yet.
It shows an Archie comic, I guess, that just came out where Betty is in the Farrah Fawcett Majors poster pose on the cover.
Oh, really?
He starts talking about Farrah Fawcett Majors, and I swear he cuts to like a 10-minute montage of Farrah Fawcett Majors her whole life. It was great, and then it comes back. He's amazing.
Have you seen the one with the cover with it's the Chamber of Chills with the skeleton through the cocktail glass? Only it's Betty.
Yeah.
That is cool. That's all I got for this round.
Okay. Hans, are you ready yet, or should I give you more time?
Yeah, I got some stuff I could show. I was just looking for some stuff here. Let's see here, man.
I've been waiting to see those Mads, the third round of all those comics you were gifted. Did those turn out to be a dud?
What's that? Which ones?
Well, you got all those books about.
Yeah, I got those in a crate back there.
And then you had a bunch of Mads, but you never showed those.
No. Hey, Eric was just talking about you can't find those bags that are, anything big enough to hold those real thick books. They have these new bags now that are made for those books.
Oh.
They're called, see, it says right up there. For thick comics.
So they make better bags than they do boxes, huh? Because their boxes really suck.
Yeah, they do. Unless you get the short boxes, but these are specifically designed, for those really thick books.
Cool.
So, yeah.
So those you've gotten Dell Giants in that, because the ones we use claim to be that size, but they're made so tight that there's not enough give to get the Dell Giants in the bag.
Well, these will fit. They'll fit in here. The guy at my comic shop, he gave me a couple of hundred of them, for free.
Because the regular Golden Age bags will work for those.
Yeah.
But I just love the sheen on these Comic Pro lines.
Yeah.
But they're just not quite big enough for those. But I'll check that out. This BCW, we probably have those at the store.
Yeah. How many Dell Giants do you get in at your store? I don't see them too often.
Oh,
BCW, yeah.
We don't get them anymore, or very often, but we do have some at the store, and I bought some from the store. Because I'm basically, our Dell and Gold Key customer base is basically me, Jamie when he comes up, Metarog and Bub if they show up. That's about it.
So I was at my local comic shop and I bought a bunch of, I was able to get a good deal on a bunch of old comics. He gave me half price on what he had them labeled for. Like this was like $1.50. And I think this is Jim Aparo, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jim Aparo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who Nemesis is.
Yeah, he's a great character.
That
He
is,
used to be a back feature.
I
They
think
put
this
him
was
in that.
early 80s. Got to be right. 81,
Mhm.
82.
Yeah.
Yeah.
82.
Never heard of it.
And then I got, talking about thick comics, this is a 100-pager. It's got some new stories and
Nice.
reprints. It's got Nick Cardy on the cover and who's that other guy? George Jim Aparo, and I think George Russo's?
Mm-hmm. That's nice.
Yeah. And then this was, I was picking up, I haven't, picked up anything. I've been picking up stuff from my store slowly because I stopped buying new comics a while ago, and I had stuff backed up there for the last couple of years. So I got stuff going back there for 2 years. I just been buying whenever I have the money. He's been pretty good about holding on to those books for me. But here's something that was in there. It was signed by Ryan Sook.
Neat.
Yeah, whoever he is, I don't know.
He's the artist, and trust me, that's all you want out of that book. Don't read it.
That's why I got. Well, there's Jim Lee in here, and I've seen Claire, and I don't know. But anyway, I didn't even know I had that. There's a lot of stuff there I didn't know I had. And here's Brave and the Bold number 89.
Very cool.
That is Neil Adams cover, of course. Shit, they're taking the price tags off. Now they're interfering. Brave and the Bold number 107. And I think Jim Aparo. This is a beautiful Jim Aparo cover.
Mm-hmm.
That was the absolute best of his career, was that run on Brave and the Bold.
Yeah. Really nice cover. Nice detail to the Batman. And Brave and the Bold, Batman and Wildcat. Plus the origin of Deadman. And this is how far back it goes. 2019, isn't that when Marvel reacquired the rights to Conan. Wasn't that 2019?
Thereabouts.
I thought that they didn't have a character for almost what 20 years or 19 years. I mean, I think Dark Horse got it in 2000. So I thought, well, this is going to be cool. They're going to be doing something really special. So sight unseen, I bought all these Conan books from that period. You know, Savage Sword of Conan and Conan Barbarian. And the variant covers, because I thought it was really going to be something special. Then when I got it, you know, I was really disappointed, and I should have expected that. I just got these. That's how backed up I am over there. So I don't know. Well, you know, I don't know. The interior art is not that great, I don't think.
Never wrong, man.
It's a typical Conan poses and stuff. I mean, everything is so damn dark. I mean, the art's pretty good, but why does everything have to be so freaking dark all the time?
I think that these modern comics have the black that goes to the border because they're trying to make you feel like you're in a movie theater, maybe? That's all I can think of.
Possibly.
I hate it. I like white borders. I don't know why.
I don't know. But,
you know, Mike in Castle Hills today did a video. Apparently, since Marvel lost the rights to Conan, Marvel has the gall to kill off Conan and have the death of Conan. Like how do they? That's not their character to do that with.
What, they lost the character again?
Yeah, he's just. They just. I believe so. Eric, you might know more about this than me, but they lost the character because the Robert E. Howard estate, I don't think, wants to be associated with Marvel, which is just a bunch of pussy comics. So they're some other company.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
Typical Conan pose.
A lot of the Conans that came out this time around from Marvel, it was current year sensibilities in the Hyborian age. So you never saw him really doing any wenching or the stuff that made Conan Conan.
And he makes sure he says the right pronouns.
There's another variant.
You should have seen him reacting to slavery.
Yeah, I was really disappointed when I seen these books. I said, "Oh man!"
They did let Roy Thomas.
I thought they would really do something special. I really did, and they didn't. It's just mediocre garbage, man. I mean,
Hans, they had him join the Avengers.
I know. They have the Avengers, and this is the only cover I actually like out of everything. What they.
Yeah, that is good.
What I got. This is because I'm a horror fan, so this appeals to me, and then. I bought this sight unseen and was, really disappointed. I mean, look at this. This looks like a cartoon character.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, would you rather own something like this, or would you rather own something like this?
Oh yeah, no question.
This is a beautiful cover, man. This is the Aquaman, Nick Cardy, with the JLA on there, the Death of Aquaman. But of course, he didn't really die. It was a clone of himself. Typical. But it was a fun read, though.
Yeah.
So, and this particular issue goes for it's getting up there. It's getting pretty pricey. Beautiful Nick Cardy artwork, Then over here, got some more Nick Cardy art.
Mm.
Look, it's just
great.
Just great stuff, And we got the checkerboard racing banner or go-go checks, and I think that another part of the reason why they had this, although that's never talked about, is because they started doing this right at the time when kids were interested in slot car racing and hot rods and all the car models ads that you see in here, and all the slot car racing that you see in here, and all the, this is associated with that. So I don't know, but that is my hypothesis. And then, I got a Gil Kane cover. I showed this in my last video. The Atom.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a great.
Atom number 15.
That's awesome.
So that's what I got right now. That's the Gil Kane alert. That's my Gil Kane alert. Nothing offensive to Gil Kane. You like cats.
That's not me.
First person to say that was the one who did it.
I did all the other effects.
Right now,
do that part.
Oh, hey, well, I'll show this in the next one.
Eating. Oh, I guess it's Paulo next. Plus, he's time challenged. Let's see. Did you send me a slideshow, or do you get some physical comics? There it is.
There it is.
Okay.
So now I'm going to show Charlie Mansuel, which was the monthly version.
Promise we won't get whacked if we look at this.
Yes.
Put us down like.
And they took the name Charlie directly from Charlie Brown. Although you will find normal comic strips inside this magazine. Although sometimes they started playing around with the covers and the characters.
That's the magazine that later wound up offending 1 million people?
Yes. And it starts with Snoopy.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
It's Daisy May.
Yep.
It's not Al Cap art, but it's great. It looks more like Archie art.
This is a local production.
So that's the issue number at the bottom right?
Yeah, number 11. This started in 1969.
That's something that Robert E. Crumb would do.
Mm-hmm. And we got a Betty Boop cover.
That's cool.
Yeah. And this is Valentina by Guido Crepax. This is the soft porn comic that intellectuals like in European comics. Actually, if you take a look at Core Vidal's channel, he's got a couple of videos on Valentina, which is one of his favorites. I haven't read a Valentina in quite a while, actually.
Doesn't look like Charlie Brown anymore.
So, yeah, and by this time, so this is issue number 43. They started monkeying up the comic.
Yeah, is it the same people, or did new people take over?
Well, kind of. The same people were. A couple of the people who were in charge were still in charge a few years later, and like in Mad Magazine, there's always some rotating artists.
Yeah.
So we end up with stuff like this. Here's the Popeye. Here's the number 7. Here's number 81.
What's the deal with the isn't it Charlie Hebdo later on?
Yeah, so the Charlie Hebdo is published at the same time as Charlie Mansuel. Yeah, but it's made by the same people at the same office.
Oh, that's the one that was so offensive was a different magazine called Charlie Hebdo.
Yeah, but the monthly started moving into the direction that allowed for the creation for the weekly and the monthly to exist at the same time.
Okay.
This is issue number 100. So, but at this time, they're going to start getting a lot more risque.
Nobody's got a choo-choo in the background.
Yeah, I mean, you live by a train track.
That's cool.
I like that. Yeah.
Some people would hate it. I love it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Okay, so I think we go to Jambo next. Awesome. You ready to go?
Sure. Like I said, I just got this box in of stuff, and it's just random stuff from late 70s and 80s. Nothing fantastic. But, yeah, it'd be fun to read anyway.
Yep.
And beware.
Oh yeah.
Okay. See up her nose there a little bit.
Man.
You are fake news.
Marvel's TV sensation.
Well, that's a cool cover. I like the perspective.
Yeah. I think we're...
Oh, that's cool. Bob Layton cover.
Yeah.
Remember owning that one a long time ago.
Imagine seeing that in your rear view.
I know, right? Cool.
Oh shit, that scared me. That went off by itself. Sorry, man. I gotta shut this off. God. Darn it.
There you go, Eric. Some nice rawhide.
Cool.
And this was in there, Steve.
Oh, that's nice.
I already had it though, yeah.
It's very cool. How would you collect all of those different series in one volume? Man, they're hard to track down all of those.
Yeah, they are. There was like what, 2 or 3 different publishers that was doing that? Yeah.
Elric, I think, was done by Eclipse as well, wasn't it?
Well, it started off in Pacific, I believe, comic, and then that was Topps that one I just showed. So yes, somebody else had it in between there. This box had a bunch of the later Conan run in it. So
yeah, see, that's
which I didn't have some of these.
That's
I kind of stopped buying them after a point.
Yeah.
All right, I'm specking on this one because it has a McFarlane cover.
oh no.
Yeah.
I like always blood.
I'd rather have your cover than this one, I tell you that.
I think that's Arthur Adams, I believe so.
That's a cool one. Ooh, that severed head or a mask? Oh, it's a head.
Yeah, it's a head.
Cool.
On a code-approved cup. That's something else.
Zula's head off, yeah.
That's cool.
250.
250. Man.
It's all right as long as the blood is black.
Yes.
Right. Less gruesome. And this one was Ernie Chan, so yeah, it was a pretty cool cover.
Mm.
Oh yeah, everything he did was great.
Yeah.
Zombie-like people there and stuff, so I like that one. And let's see, there was a few of these in there. I haven't bagged or boarded yet.
You barbarian, you.
Is it Earl Norham?
Well, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sword and Saga.
I think I probably already have all these in the original version. Yeah, Juice Co.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the price was right on these, so I was like,
Oh yeah.
take them. This one reminds me of a Frank Frazetta picture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can see it.
A couple more, I think, guys.
Oh, that's a neat one. He's cool looking. That snake dude.
Getting his tail cut off.
Yeah, man.
I don't like the text box. Like
That's
that.
what I was gonna say. The same thing. Yeah.
Kind of ruining the whole artwork on the cover there. Get the the thingy here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I wonder why they even did that. That just destroys the artwork.
Mm-hmm.
Probably my favorite one here.
Ooh, yeah.
Earl Norham again.
She's got a nice butt.
Is he still alive? Anyone know?
I'm not sure. I was just researching how many of the Bronze Age artists are still alive today. I was like, is Rich Buckler still alive?
No,
'cause you
he's
never
passed.
hear anything. Yeah, he passed away in 2017 or something like that.
Yeah, he's passed.
Oh man, yeah. So there's not that many of them left. So
Mhm.
yeah, let's get to this round.
Yep.
Okay. So half of Gratuitous comics aren't bagged and boarded. So I guess I need to be put before a criminal inquisition. Sorry, you can send me some money if you want. I mean,
well, you can sell one of your jukeboxes. What are you talking? You got 100 of them.
I'm sorry, I don't. All my more valuable comics are bagged and boarded. I'm sorry about that. I don't know who that guy is, but
Yeah, you'll get to doing that eventually.
yeah, I'll get to do it at some point. Yeah, but it's just like
You got a lot of stuff there to go through.
Yeah, I know.
I got a lot of stuff that's not bagged and boarded either. I haven't
It
got
doesn't really hurt them if you're not digging through them every day.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, all of these Golden Age comics, they were not bagged and boarded for 40 years before.
You're right.
So, I'm sorry. Fucking people.
Well, the Mile High collection, yeah, it's just sitting in a closet.
Fuck yourself. I mean, what is that comment? Half of his comics aren't bagged and boarded. You just tell the teacher. Okay, who's going next?
I don't have any bags and boards in the house.
I'm here to do a favor for Graphic Man. You go tattle on other people. He's not doing it right. Who wants to go on next, guys?
I can roll.
My blood pressure's going up.
I can go.
That wasn't meant that way.
But... Don't let it get to you, man. You know what I mean.
All right. This is number 8, 1955, Flying Age Range Rider, which was a TV show by Gene Autry's Flying Age Productions. Jock Mahoney starred in it. Good series. Number 14. I don't remember the year, but nice copy of this.
Wow. That's a cool photo cover.
Yeah, they all got pretty good photo covers. Number 22. The Lost Tribe. Trapped by the trademark of Polka Dot Kid. This is number 24 from 59. And from another Gene Autry show, Buffalo Bill Jr. This is actually signed by Dick Jones, who I met.
Oh, look at that!
15 years ago.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, he was a stuntman, and he actually did the voice of Pinocchio. People don't know that. But
Really?
yeah. That's his claim to fame. But he was a stunt writer for Gene Autry's production company. I think might have even been for Republic, I think, too.
You meet him at, was that at one of those cowboy cons, or was it at the, yeah?
Yeah, it was at the Gene Autry.
I would have liked to have went to one of those, yeah.
Yeah, it was cool. They're gone. Everyone's
Right.
old
They're all
now.
gone now.
They moved on, Another Buffalo Bill Jr. comic, number 7. You got Zane Grey's The Ranger. Great painted cover. I don't know who did this.
Wow.
That's pretty
It is a
nice.
good cover.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. One of my favorite Western guys, Johnny Mac Brown. I don't know the year. This is Dell 4-color 269.
Man, they had a lot of guys I never even heard of before back then.
This is Dell 4-color 645. Dell 4-color 963.
Man, another fist cover.
Yeah. Gene Autry, first issue of the Dell series.
Wow.
Lawrence from King of Comicdom had found this issue for me, and we did a deal, and he got it for me, and I paid him, and it was a great price. He looked out for me. It was great. So I appreciate this, Lawrence, if you're watching by chance. This is Gene Autry 1, and I love the logo. They changed it later within a few issues, but it's the cool logo. I know, Jambo, you got that number 3, that faucet.
Yeah, but that there's nice, man.
Which is awesome. I don't have any of the faucet issues, and that's one of my things on my want list is some Gene Autry faucet books. Number 1 is one of the rarest westerns, Gene Autry 1 from Fawcett. And
Really?
Yeah, it's expensive. Yeah, they're not rarely available. Number 10. Number 18. All these are photo covers now. They're not painted or drawn, anything like that, which is kind of cool, but I love the painted cover.
Yeah.
I prefer that. And again, this is 28. This is getting longer in the tooth, and they're not using any older pictures from the 30s or the 40s. These are recent for the comic book.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pretty good picture of him and Champ, the second Champ.
I was going to ask you if you knew how many champion.
Yeah, there was 3. The champion 1 and 2. The first champion, he had 3 white. He only had 3 white stockings. I think his one leg didn't have a stocking on it, so you can tell that's the original Champ. He was smarter than the rest of them. Then he had Champ 2 and then Champ Junior. Number 50.
Because I knew Roy went through several triggers.
Yeah, he sure did. Yeah, and plus, they don't want to put the horses through that rigorous, so they would have to, cut the horses a break. They can't have them do all them tricks and jumps and everything else, and rigorous movie and TV schedules. They would that's cruel to the animal, so they would have to have several ones, once it was its time. 59, which is a horrible, that yellow and blue, which is weird, and
it's Ukraine.
Yeah, I guess before.
I kind of like that, man. It makes a picture stand out. So.
Yeah, I guess. This is a pretty good one, though. Him loading the 6-shooter. This is pretty neat. Number 63. This would have been an awesome issue. This number 72, if it wasn't for the subscription crease going down the middle. But man, this is a sharp copy.
That's a beautiful shirt he's got on, man.
No creases on that shirt.
Yeah, that's a beauty.
This is got a date stamp, Library of Parliament. I guess it was either Canadian or UK, but May 29th, 1953. That's stamped right there on his hat. And we got number 80 here. He's drinking this drink of water from a cool stream. This is a kind of a psychotic image of him, though. Number 81, looking kind of crazy. This is a nice Christmas cover, 82. And number 91. 97. I've got more, but these are the ones I was trying to.
How close were you on that run, Steve?
3/4.
Really?
On the on the Dell. I don't on the faucet. I have none on the faucet. This is number 107. I don't have any of the faucet books. That's what I got for right now, Gratu. Thanks, man. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I'm about 3/4 away.
Good stuff, buddy.
Thank you.
Oh, me? Am I up?
I guess.
What else did I picked up some of these here, reprints of the EC comics, but they're magazine size.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, I thought this would be interesting to read them in this size, this format. They just reprint stories from all sorts of different EC magazines. But like The Hunt, The Fear.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's just, to me, it's interesting to read all this and look at the artwork in this larger format, So that's why I got these. I got a weird fantasy. And this one, of course, inspired the Mars Attack cards.
Very nice.
Wally Wood cover. And what else I got here? I got a bunch of these I was going to show in one of my upcoming videos. I didn't do it yet. I could show them here. Tales from the Tomb. These are all from Erie Publications. I think Gratu probably has a lot of these.
I don't have that one, I don't believe.
Yeah, I got that one not too long ago. It's a nice
But
one.
let's see here if I can. Man, is this
There's a trading card set with those covers now, and there was a book that came out about a month ago with all the covers, but it's sold out at the publisher. I had one ordered to the comic shop where I used to live, but it's not there anymore. So they probably sold it because it doesn't have what's his name, Miles Morales on the cover.
This must have been 1982 anyway.
Oh, that's cool, yeah.
Wicked, huh? Sleazy Wicked. I love these things.
It reminds me of carnival art. Those German dark rides that would show up at all the carnivals, and they would always have that kind of stuff painted all over the place.
Yeah. What's his name? Bill Alexander did about 80% of these covers for Erie Publications. He was this black artist that Myron Foss discovered when he was the guy was doing like porn art for these or semi-porn for this one publisher, and he got him to join his Myron Foss's Erie Publications, and he started doing the covers. And up until about, I don't know, the early 70s, this guy.
Bill Alexander, huh?
Bill Alexander, yes.
Well, if I get elected president, there'll be a statue of him in every town square. That needs to be in Black History Month, he needs to be right up at the top.
Yeah.
They'll still get pulled down, mind you, by BLM, but this should be there.
This is
that's a cool one.
Yeah, look at him. He's got a test tube vampire.
That's cool.
I'm trying to locate. Let's see these.
There's a lot of those. I'm wondering how often they publish those magazines. Was it just once a month or bi-weekly or?
These are bi-month. I think most of these were bi-monthly. You know, once every other month. Taking them out of the bags too. Here's a Witch's Tales. I don't know the numbering system what they use on this, but
wow, look at that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Carl Burgess, who's invented the Human Torch, he's the one of the editors. I think his real name was Irving Finkelstein or something like that. Carl Burgess. And then Myron Irving Fuss, art director. That was the brother of Myron Fuss, who founded the company.
Max Finkelstein. Carl Burgos with.
What's that?
Max Finkelstein.
Matt Finkelstein. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Matt Finkelstein. Thank you for that. But he's got bugs crawling all over her, man. these are just unbelievable, man. These covers.
It's worse than Hunter Biden's laptop. I thought that was the worst thing I'd ever seen.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Barnabas Collins guest appearance. And Jack Palance there.
Jack Palance. Jack Palance right there.
Yeah.
And then, that girl is down in a jar.
Where?
Marla Thomas. See Marla Thomas there?
Right here?
Jar? Yeah.
That's so cool, this stuff, man. So great. There's such a sleazy greatness about all of this.
Yeah. Did you get those from my comic shop? Different
some of them, yeah, I did get some of these from there. Witch's Tales. She's getting a steak right, you know, right, not a very nice place, but
yeah.
Believe it or not, well, I got some of these. I got more in the back that I had since the 70s when I was picking them up at Rexall Drugs. They were selling these at Rexall Drugs.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, what the heck, man? It's too bad these things weren't in color, you know, but they're all black and white. And of course, they're reprints, you know. You know what he would do, Myron Fuss? He would take whatever was up there he thought was in a public domain and reprint it. And then in the 70s, he updated some of the stories. He reprinted them again, but buyers of the books didn't know it because all of a sudden, you know, you saw updated clothing. He'd have his artists update the clothing on these in the stories, and he had them with longer hair. Had the characters, you know, he had this artist put longer hair on the characters, to make it look more current, even though that they were from the 50s. But that's some of the weird stuff he would do. He was also this guy. He'd walk around his offices. This is uh-oh. I hope I'm gonna get a tape pull over here. He'd walk around his offices with holstered guns. And he published gun magazines too. That's what I got. That's all what I got right now.
Okay, cool. Is it Eric's turn?
I think it's yours.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sometimes my grandfather's temper comes out. He was a Major League Baseball player that punched out Casey Stengel. But we were all made fun of as kids. I mean, you had to have been if you were a comic book collector. I mean, maybe some of you were football players or something, but you figure that you got this little community of people, and people aren't gonna like he's no good. But so I get flashes of temper. Sorry, I noticed no one's even commenting anymore in the chat. Just I can see. Here's an interesting. They make it seem like Batman's going to make a guest appearance in this issue of Marvel 2-in-1.
I remember that's what I thought when I saw that on the I don't know if it was spinner rack or just the news rack.
Right. I just went in the other room and pulled out this book. I'm starting to get organized enough that I can actually find some things. I found all my childhood art from kindergarten and first grade in the garage. So, I don't know if you saw the last episode, I was complaining about that. I keep, but I know that Pebbles Flintstone 1964 doll is missing, and there's a giant trophy that there's no way it's gone. But anyway, this is a book, Fairground Art. I don't know it was, it says it was $95. I don't think I paid $95. But it's got all the art that's on the side of these dark rides and carnivals and stuff. And it's what I was talking about, like the art that's on the side of these kind of little cars. But there's a section in here that shows kind of comic book related stuff. These are the kind of rides I'm talking about that those Myron Foss books kind of remind me of when I see them. Here's some just images that have been painted on the side. This is kind of like last week when Steve was trying to show that Iron Man book.
Yeah, it's unwielding.
Very awkward to show these 100-pound books. Shit, and then I hear the spine cracking. God damn it. Pardon my cursing. Let's see. But there's got to be more than that. Yeah, there's tons of this stuff in here. It's just filled with it. Anyway, this is a good book. The publisher, in case someone is actually wanting to seek this out, is Abbeville Press. I don't know. Maybe you can get it on eBay much cheaper. I have a feeling I bought it at Half Price Books, and I probably bought it. I have no idea. Okay. Here's a later period House of Mystery I just found. I don't have anything really pulled tonight. But
that's cool. Pluto.
Yeah. It's bad recorded, guys. Am I okay? This, I don't know when iVampire started in House of Mystery, but this is not the first appearance. I think I showed all this same shit on 4-Color Fossils about a year and a half ago.
Do you think we're going to remember that far back at our age?
Don't do to me. Oh, that's a
Stake in the Heart of a Robot. Anyway, House of Mystery eventually went under, and then they brought it back with Elvira. And I almost thought these weeds here was a signature.
Yeah.
But it isn't. I bought these all from like one guy, as I recall. One guy brought all these in. It's 303. This was in a box marked War Books. So I'm going to put some of these. I was going to, maybe I'll do another show tomorrow morning and I don't know. I don't know. That reminds me of that Conan cover you just showed.
Yeah, it does. Where is
This
it?
is a pretty. Oh well, I mean it's Kaluta, but it's kind of a little bit of a sissy looking cover for House of Mystery. That little.
It does kind of look like this Conan cover.
Like Prince Valiant.
I know it looks like Prince Valiant, but a they them version. I was trying to think of a nice way of saying it. Here's this is a pretty cool cover. It looks like something Sergio Aragonis would have done with all that detail. The giant crowd of people. Not many artists would do that. I mean, it's pretty detailed. Anyway, I guess was this collection of iVampire ever reprinted in a book or anything? I have no idea.
Yes.
It was? Okay.
How long ago, Eric?
It's been a while. Probably 20 years.
The whole series was?
Yeah, I think it ran from 292 to 321, maybe, or 323.
Was it a real thick, ridiculously thick omnibus kind of book?
No, because I think the iVampire stories were only half of each issue.
Okay. Yeah, the thing is, those omnibus books, I guess they look really cool on a shelf like a statue, but they're very impractical to really read.
You ain't lying there.
So, and this is where, yeah, it's weird to see that Sandman TV show that I watched with my wife, you know, that they actually had someone playing him and they had the gargoyle and everything. But, oh well. It's a very strange show. Other entertaining stuff.
Yeah, the iVampire collection is only 320 odd pages.
Oh, okay. This Fables book is good.
Yes.
Okay, because I bought several just for the covers, but I never really even knew about it until about a year ago. It's been going for years, huh?
Yeah, right now, well, he's Bill Willingham's doing another 10-issue arc, and he's one of the few conservatives that's allowed to work for one of the big two. Not sure how he's able to do that, but
yeah, and it's just fairy tale characters, obviously.
Yeah, it's his take on him. The premise of it is the more people remember you, the more powerful you are. And like Snow White is very powerful. She's married to Big B Wolf, the big bad wolf, and but there's other lesser characters that people have forgotten that just kind of it's like a caste system almost.
So it's like American Gods.
I've never seen or read American Gods, so I don't know, but I just know it's very well done.
Well, my exposure to him, I'm sorry.
No, I said it's basically Yeah, I'm sure that was the influence for Once Upon a Time, but unlike that show, Fables didn't get woke because Willingham
Yeah,
does
well,
not have that
American
in.
Gods, I thought that was pretty woke with, close-ups of guys' dicks and stuff, but it was
but
not anything like Sandman
Come-
takes it to the it's ridiculous, but American Gods, I enjoyed that, but it wasn't a comic first, it was a novel, and then I guess they made it into a comic book, and I don't know if it was a TV show before it was a comic book or what order, but it started as a novel. But basically, it's the same thing. All the gods that have ever been worshipped, as long
no,
as
but
one
these
person.
these are fairy tales. These are only fairy tale characters. The kinds of that you tell stories about. So you won't find anything pre pre Dark Ages in there. Everything
Right.
is when every character in there shows up after Gutenberg had invented the printing press.
Okay, yeah, but American Gods, it's like as long as there's one person left that believes in that god, they're still there. And when there's no one else that believes, they kind of disappear.
Yeah,
And
the
it's
novel.
in this TV show and originally book, they're the old gods, Odin and all these gods are teaming up to defeat these new gods of the internet and everything that people worship today.
What Willingham tried to avoid was doing too many literary references. So the characters from Grimm's fairy tales will appear, but then you won't find any characters from Victorian literature, for example. So no Three Musketeers. Pinocchio shows up, but Pinocchio's older. I think if Willingham thought that if the Three Musketeers and then Sherlock Holmes started to appear, then people would start asking about more recent characters, which of course they couldn't use because they're not in the public domain.
Yeah.
But the only thing that's referenced is that the speaking animals who don't have a human form, they have to live in Orwell's Animal Farm.
Okay, that's interesting. So you got the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen for the more the literary heroes, and then you've got Fables, and then you've got American Gods for the actual gods. There's a scene where it's like they go to the palace of what was the goddess that Easter was originally based on was what, Oestre or something like that.
Australia.
Anyway, she's there, and then there's all of these different versions of Jesus that are just real. Like, I'm sorry, they're just very apologetic to her that she's been forgotten and that the holiday's been co-opted, and they're just saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen." And they're all different ethnicities of just because he looks different to everyone, different cultures. It's interesting.
I'm reading this right now, Once and Future, and this features multiple versions of King Arthur. Beowulf shows up.
Oh, neat.
So yeah, this is England specific.
Okay, I don't know whose turn it is now. Is it you, Paulo, or is it Charlie?
No, I just wanted to show this because since we were talking about,
I don't know whose turn it is, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm not good like Graphic Man at this. Who wants to go next? It doesn't really matter.
Jimbo, have you gone twice yet?
Yes.
Okay, Paulo.
It was forgettable, but yes, I
I've
did.
gone
Yes.
twice.
Okay, I've gone twice. Eric,
I've gone
have you gone
twice.
I've gone once.
Okay, and Eric's okay. Eric's was supposed to be last, right? Is that what you said? Okay.
He's
Not
not
last
ready to
show
monologue.
tonight, but for right now, this round.
All right, we're gonna go to Earth's Mightiest Heroes this time. Kind of feel bad that Mike is not going to get to see some of these coming up. So you know what's coming. Let's see. Here's annual number 12.
Love that.
Number 13. John Byrne inking Steve Ditko.
That was weird.
Yeah.
John Byrne inks and oh man.
And here's number 15.
That version of Captain Marvel took over the Avengers. Is that correct? At some point?
She did later in Stern's run. But that still hadn't happened yet. Yeah, let's see, here's number 31.
Oh, yes.
Now, unfortunately, that's the only old one I have.
That Byrne inking that Steve Ditko, was that when Marv Wolfman was editor over there at Marvel?
No, but at that time he was at DC.
Hmm.
That was during the Shooter era. It was number 75.
Look at that hand.
Cool cover.
There's a new picture of Steve Ditko was unearthed by this guy on Facebook. I'll show it to you later. That was the first issue I ever bought. That one there. In San Antonio at Fort Sam Houston.
129. Beginning of one of my favorite Avengers stories.
Mm-hmm.
See Mantis marry a tree. It sounds silly when you say it out loud. 130.
The story does jump a lot, but in terms of what the plot is, but it's all everything is leading in the same direction. So
yeah,
that's a great piece of Stephen Englehart writing in that arc.
I can only hope that wherever Mike is, he's watching, because I'd hate for him to miss out on all this great Gil Kane.
He's gone into the pits of hell to punch Gil Kane's face. He didn't show up tonight for that reason. Or heaven.
The dreaded deadline Doom got him again. So this allowed him to reprint the Beast Iron Man story from Amazing Adventures number 12 before they introduced the Beast onto the team.
That's a great one.
I love this era.
Yeah.
And the Beast basically admitting he started smoking pot.
John Romita inking Gil Kane.
That's one of the appearances of Iron Man's nose, right?
Yep. Miranya's happy.
The good thing for me is that in the Brazilian editions, they didn't publish those Iron Man stories with the nose. So when he appeared in the Avengers, they just whited out the nose.
Oh, okay.
Here's where the Triple D got him so badly they had to go to a 2-issue inventory story.
Wait, what does Triple D mean?
Dreaded Deadline Doom.
Oh, okay.
It's basically how Shooter got the job. He promised to put an end to that.
Remember those text stories they'd have in Howard the Duck? Where it's just all words.
Yeah. It's 225. Got a couple of newer ones here and then close it out. And there's the first cover appearance of Captain Marvel in the Avengers. I think it was her second appearance. And then the introduction of Star Fox to the team.
Hello, ladies.
And that's all I got.
Oh wait, you have got to read that on the Frog Show.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Should I read Eros's Rawhide?
Yes.
Now the Rawhide virus is spreading through everything we read.
Yes. And so is the French virus.
And coincidentally, Micah doesn't read with us anymore.
Well, the time I tried to read, I accidentally read someone else's part. Cut and take ad, and it's like, all right, we're going back to the beginning and starting over. It's like, like I'm in 4th grade. I'm in trouble. Is it fun?
I'd love to do a reading, but you guys started at 3 or 4 in the morning. I'd love to do a reading, but you guys started at 3 or 4 in the morning, and I just can't.
Maybe England team was under the impression that you expected professionalism, and he was trying to provide some.
That's too professional. No one was reading, so I figured, well, I'll read it. Just like, oh shit.
No, what I love about the show is that the amount of ad libbing now sounds so natural.
You can ad lib.
What do you mean you can ad lib? That's the only thing.
Absolutely.
No, what they do is 75% ad libbing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's no fun just to read the comics. I mean, if you want to do that, just you don't need us.
Because the first shows were like half an hour, and now it takes them more than an hour to go through an issue.
Yeah, when we start doing Secret Wars, in the second issue, it occurred to me to start doing the Hulk as Hulk Hogan. So we just, and it's pretty much all downhill from there.
Okay, who wants to go next?
I can roll. I got things.
Let's get you on here.
Excuse me. Get the hiccups.
Just this afternoon, I was reading this, which is weird. Dell's artwork, I'm sure you're all aware of it, varied in quality from book to book. I was reading this Tales of Wells Fargo today. It says 12-15 Dell 4 color. The artwork, I can't put my finger on it. Can anyone recognize these? I can't. For the life of me, look how good this is.
That's much better than normal.
Yeah, it is, right? It's not just me.
About the Grand Content database.
I mean, it's so detailed.
I've never seen that television show.
Little Huckleberry Hound Club.
That's a great ad.
Isn't that cool ad?
That's beautiful. I'd make a poster of that and hang it up over here somewhere.
Got Catnip cutting out the little
coupon.
And you get compared to my beloved Gene Autry, and we get this. Just dull, uninspired work. So it is varied, but I just want to point that out how good. If you ever want to pick up a cool Western, this is a pretty good issue. And the artwork is just tremendous. And plus, you get a cool ad on the back.
Yeah.
From 1961.
Is it a good TV series too? Probably.
Yeah, Del Roberts. It was pretty good.
It was a good show. Good show. Got Two Gun Kid number 70.
Wow.
He drunk this fire water, and he became the Hurricane.
He looks like looks like the Black Lightning costume?
I know he does. But he drinks this Indian potion, and he transforms himself as fast as gunfire.
The Hurricane.
The Hurricane. Got Two Gun Kid 73. Pretty cool cover. Two Gun Kid, I got this signed by Dick Ayers back in the day.
Wow.
That's nice.
That's really cool because it's not like the Stan Lee ones where he just all over.
Oh, I know. Dick Ayers. And he's so underrated. I mean, he was right there. I mean, he did Tales of Suspense. He designed Iron Man's armor. And he just doesn't get the credit, man.
Ghost Rider.
Yeah, Ghost Rider, absolutely.
I just made the connection. The artwork I love so much in those old Not Brand Eck books. I was thinking, well, that's Marie Severin. Well, she was doing the pencils, but Tom Sutton was inking it.
Yeah.
And then I made the connection with the Charlton Horror and everything else he did. And that's another guy. There needs to be a statue right next to that other guy from the Myron Fast books.
Yeah,
Bill Alexander.
Thank you, Bill Alexander.
This is 88 Ogden Whitney cover.
And what's
the guy? I got that book.
The Gold Key cover painter, George Wilson. All these people need to be discovered and heralded,
Yeah.
This is a great Severin cover. Love the perspective on this.
Morris Whitman, too. The Jungle Books.
Yes, definitely.
Maybe sometime we could do a live stream and we can gather together George Wilson art and we can have a George, because if you search on YouTube, there's no George Wilson episode anyone's ever done. Or do a whole thing on Bill Alexander where everyone shows Bill Alexander art or Tom Sutton also.
Oh, Tom Sutton, man, that's just. I get Shannon on that one too. Shannon's a big Sutton fan.
I mean, I don't mean necessarily as part of Four Color Fossils, but maybe something I could do at some point.
Yep.
On a different night.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah, these people need to be more known.
This was put out by by IDW, but it's all Tom Sutton, not all of everything he did for Charlton, but creepy thing stuff, and nice picture of him on the back, which is kind of cool.
There's so many of those darn books. I want them all.
I know.
Like, and then he did a book about 12 years ago. I just saw it. It's called Clean Cartoonist, Dirty Drawings. Do you know about that, Craig Yo? It's
I didn't hear about that.
Milton Caniff, Carl Barks, Bob Kane, Rube Goldberg, Dr. Seuss. You know, what else?
Wally Wood,
Chuck Jones, Charles Schultz, Mort Walker, Joe Shuster. I could probably show the cover without being too offensive. It looks like that, but it's probably out of print, but it's a Craig Yo book. There's no nudity.
Yeah. Wally Wood did a lot of that stuff too.
Yeah,
but I don't really consider him a clean cartoon. Even when he was doing his wholesome stuff, it was always like Harpo Marx was drawing it, because he was always so lascivious in the way that he drew his women. It just, you knew what he was thinking all the time.
It's a good way. Harpo Marx was drawing it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, let me show you that picture. Well, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, you're not.
I'll go right back. I'm not going to cut your time. This picture of Steve Ditko. There's a guy on Facebook that collects pictures of people. He collects pictures of people reading old pictures of people reading comic books. But he's got this Steve Ditko picture that's not been seen before, as far as I know, except in his scrapbook. And you can see some of the cover.
Yeah.
One in the back. I think it's, let me blow it up. Unusual. Something.
Wow, man, that's a cool picture.
Something
There was
mystery.
that picture at that drawing table and him asleep. Well, pretending he's asleep.
Yeah, there's always that one there. He's got that sticker or the little sign that says Thimp.
Yeah.
And I think there was a monologue in Taxi Driver where they're talking about Thimp. And okay, I'll shut up now. Let's see. Let's get Charlton back.
No, that was great, man. Good stuff. Got some Gil Kane and Severin, which is just a awesome combination. Doing Kid 103. Such a great cover.
Well, that reminds me of an
And
Archie cover with the red at the top and the yellow letters. Doesn't it look like a little...
Yeah. And this is another one, 108. Two Gun Kid, another Gil Kane.
Damn.
Goodness there.
Did you say Gil Kane?
You said Gil Kane.
Gil Kane.
Target acquired.
ในเมื่อทุกคนพร้อมแล้ว จะรออะไรกันล่ะ ไปกันเลยสิวะ Damn, son.
20.
See what you started, Steve?
Wow.
See what you started?
Ringo Kid, number 26, Gil Kane.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a great cover. It's an avalanche.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Those
neat.
horses are, I mean, you can draw a horse and you can draw anything, man.
Oh, yeah. A man on a horse and the perspective and the relationship between height and size.
And
which
the
is great.
stagecoaches, how about those stagecoach
Yeah.
covers with all the horses, man?
Yeah.
Lead
Another
Paint's
good
asking
team.
about Guandanaland. I think he has a different name now, possibly, because I noticed him on Facebook under Retro Comic Reprints. Let me check.
And last but not least, got Ghost Rider number 3, signed by Dick Ayers. And he's Kate.
Nice, man.
He's Kate
Very
Wood.
nice.
There it
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
Pretty Very nice copy, and Dick Ayers is such an awesome dude. All right, that's it for me. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Well, Steve, can you let me know the issue number for that Wells Fargo?
Oh yes, that was
Find out who the interior artist is.
215 Delphor Color, 215 December October of 61.
Okay, here it is, 1215. Interior art by Russ Heath, which is why it's that good.
Wow.
Who is it? Who did the artwork?
Russ Heath.
Russ Heath, yeah.
I can see
Russ
it.
Heath,
I can see
yeah.
it.
Wow. Okay.
You just have to kind of look around Guadalajara. This is 10 hours ago. He's got a book, Monty Hale. I think he puts up 3 or 4 books a day. But he's still around. Anyway. Whose turn is it?
I don't know. I got something here. I was going to ask Eric. I was going to ask Eric Green if this is a relative of his. Paulette Breen in person?
No, but I went to my 20-year reunion, and there was this girl named Paulette who had been chasing me in high school.
Yeah.
And when I saw her again at the reunion, she was the hottest girl there by a mile.
Wow.
And she was still interested.
Whoa,
Unfortunately, there was a time where during the reunion where the DJ said, "Okay, anybody that's been married more than once, raise their hand." Hers went up. And he said more than twice. Her hand didn't come down. That should have been a red flag. It wasn't. But it soon became one. But so if that had gone well, there would have been a Paulette Breen. But
man, you don't see these service announcements that much anymore. This is in the
Citizenship, be a good neighbor, don't smoke, don't drink, be a good neighbor, be patriotic.
No, they'd be about using pronouns.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have too much else to show. I got this poster here, though. Orson Welles, the Tatars. The Tatars.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever have Tatar? Steak Tatar?
Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
If you floss properly.
Oh, yeah, there's another poster on the back of that. What? Oh, that's a half poster or something. Anyway,
Oh,
Victor Mature, Orson Welles. This is an original, but what did he call it? This is so small, man.
have you seen the movie? Because I've never seen that.
1961.
I'm just wondering, Victor Mature was not known for his acting ability.
No, just good looks for the women.
Orson Welles took himself pretty darn seriously. I can only imagine the conversations they had on set.
Something here, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. I don't know. What the hell is it? Slow dancing in the big city? I don't know. I guess maybe you just threw that in there, the guy that I bought it from. But I don't have too much other stuff here. Except I have some something interesting about Steve Ditko, though. He he used to publish these articles and stuff. And it was in 2015, I guess. Yeah, 2015. He put out this Why He Quit Marvel. Did you ever see this before? This is very, very interesting. And it had nothing to do with arguments with Stan Lee over credits and who was going to be identified as the Green Goblin and stuff like that. It actually had to do with the fact that, Stan Lee was giving him all his work to do, and he wasn't giving him, the credit, but he didn't care that much about that. But he had all his work to do, and Stan Lee was pissed because something about Steve Ditko was constantly giving him ideas and plots and dialogue, and he didn't want Stan Lee didn't want a lot of that stuff. He wanted to do it all on his own, but he kept asking him to do it anyway. So I guess the gist of it is that he was pushing him with all this work, to do the covers, and he was like 2 issues ahead on Doctor Strange and Spider-Man, and he was doing the plots, subplotting, and now he's doing the covers, and he's giving Stan Lee all these ideas, and they call him to do the next Spider-Man annual, and he says, why would I do all this work for him now when this is a man that doesn't even want to see me? He doesn't want to talk to me. He doesn't want to see me for some unknown reason. He refuses to talk to me. So he quit.
Oh.
That's it.
It's a little bit more complicated, but I don't want to read the whole thing.
What's that from, Hans? What's that from?
This is the 4-page series right here. This is what that Steve Ditko did with Robin Snyder.
Okay.
Steve Ditko's Spider-Man collection is about to be auctioned off. This guy just put on the internet pictures of all the comics, and he's about to send them off to be graded, and then he's, I guess, going to auction them off.
Yeah, that's probably something that Steve Ditko wouldn't even want it to happen.
Yeah.
But
I was expecting Ditko to mention the fact that he was getting 0 royalties from the Spider-Man cartoon, and he was not getting paid for the promotional art he was doing for the comics.
Nope.
Didn't he leave before the cartoon started, though?
Yeah, he left in 66, I think.
Yeah, the cartoon started. Well, the production was going on, I'm sure, in 67. And you know something? If you can see online, there's a promo when they were making the 66 Marvel Superheroes cartoon. Stan Lee, and he's bald at the time before he put on the toupee, and you can find it, or I could help you find it on YouTube. But he's showing little clips of the art that's been finished for the upcoming Marvel series. And originally Spider-Man was planned to be part of that because he talks about Spider-Man. So I guess they were planning to put Spider-Man into the, and then I guess ABC gave them more money, so they did it as a separate deal. But it's still the same animation studio.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of the work, almost all of the work, and giving Stan all these ideas. And I guess I don't know, but
well,
I guess he didn't want Stan Lee to take the credit for what he was doing.
Right.
Stan Lee didn't like that, and then he didn't want to talk with him anymore. But Ditko understood all that because, I guess it's some of the process that goes on between editors and creators and stuff like that. But to not talk with him, to not see him, he usually would send in Saul Brodsky or Flo Steinberg to talk to Steve Ditko. Stan Lee didn't want to see him no more. All of a sudden, they were collaborating together, on plots and things like this. And any changes that had to be made, he would bring the art in. And then one day he was bringing his art in, and then it was Saul Brodsky who came out of the office, Stan Lee's office, took the pages from Steve Ditko, and just Steve Ditko thought he was going to look at the artwork, but he just took the pages into the office and didn't come back out for a while. And then he came back out, handed the pages back, for Steve Ditko to ink without saying a word. And Steve Ditko didn't like the fact that Stan Lee wasn't talking to him no more. He didn't want to communicate with him no more. And he said, why should I be doing all this work? Now they want me to do the Spider-Man annual? He said, no, I'm going to quit. He walked in and he told Saul Brodsky to tell Stan Lee that he quits. And the one guy he said that should have a right to know why he's quitting, which is Stan Lee, did nothing. He didn't. Even then, he didn't come out of his office to talk with Steve Ditko.
That's messed up.
Yeah, Stan Lee took a lot of credit for stuff that he had nothing to do with.
Oh yeah.
He had, very nothing to do with it, very little to do with.
Yeah, Spider-Man and Doctor Strange are almost all him, completely.
That's another.
But again, we only not to take sides, but we only have his word for that. Everybody involved now is long gone.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you read this, you'll see that it's.
Yeah, but Ditko wasn't exactly the most normal guy in the world either.
Stan Lee could have
Nobody
been,
over there was,
He could have been
Stan Lee
creeped out
wasn't either.
and he thought maybe Saul Brodsky can deal with him better than I can because he's such an outgoing guy, and Steve Ditko, I guess, is a little more withdrawn.
Let's say mercurial.
Yeah.
But yes, again, at this point, doesn't matter.
No,
I don't want to get too deep into that because I don't want any of my illusions, for lack of a better term, tarnished.
You know what?
There's still one person.
That's exactly what Steve. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's still one person that can say what was going on, and it's Larry Lieber. But
yeah,
do we really want to grill a 90-year-old guy to talk bad about his dead brother?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
and that's assuming he's even still.
There's a lot of detail in here, though. I'll tell you that. There's a lot of detail in here.
Yeah, that's true, Hans. But if you had years, if you basically had half your life to create the story, or even say it could be 100% true, it could be 100% false, or it could be somewhere in between. But I said, there's lots of people that that create ideas that may not happen, and they just put so much effort into it that it becomes who they are. Again, I'm not saying that's the case at all here, but I said, maybe if Steve Ditko ever talked to anybody, it might be what he has to say might. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I said when it comes to Stan and Jack, Stan and Steve, everybody just automatically defaults to Jack and Steve. And if they forget that, yes, Stan Lee was working for his uncle, but his uncle would have fired him in a heartbeat if he could have found anybody to work 1 cent cheaper than his nephew.
Yeah.
Right. So imagine Jack Kirby drew and wrote all the dialogue and Stan Lee never punched it up. Then what if it was a book with beautiful art and clunky dialogue that sounded like something from 20 years before, and it had never become bigger than Challenges of the Unknown? Or what if Steve Ditko's beautiful art and his original words that he intended Spider-Man to be saying came across like Mr. A, and it was because the thing about it is when Ditko left and a new artist comes in, the writing stays pretty consistent. There's not a drop off where it's like all of a sudden very different. So a lot of that is Stan Lee. And I think that Spider-Man may have been a more not likable person if it was. I'm not saying Ditko was an unlikable person, but I'm saying he probably had intended there to be a lot more of his Ayn Rand philosophy in it, which may not have appealed to the average 10-year-old.
Yeah, well, he didn't want Peter Parker to have friends. He really didn't want him to grow up. He wanted him to be that aloof. Steve Ditko wanted Spider-Man to be Steve Ditko.
Yeah,
and that would not have. With all due respect to Steve Ditko, John Romita taking over is why that book ascended to the heights that it got to.
And then it became like an Archie comic with a triangle, and Steve Ditko had stayed in. Mary Jane might have always been never shown. It's very possible. There's no way to really know.
Here's my thing with the whole thing, though, with Eric saying and you, Kenneth, is that whoever did what, that's fine. But to me and Eric created a great character. and I'm the Stan Lee. I'm the one who's showboating the thing, and the flamboyant guy who's pushing the idea. Eric's in the background, toiling away on everything, and everyone's saying, "Oh, Steve, you did a great job. You did a great job. Spider-Man's a great character, whatever character we created." But I never say, "But if it wasn't for Eric, we wouldn't have this character." I never heard Stan say anything like that. I mean, again, I'm not Ron Stan Lee 24/7, but he never makes it clear, in my opinion, that that if Jack wasn't here, we wouldn't have this, or if Steve wasn't here, we wouldn't have this. He doesn't go out of his way. He just basks in this glow, and this is my opinion, basks in this glow of like these accolades, but he never takes the time to go, but Jack. If it wasn't for Jack, if it wasn't for Steve, if it wasn't for Dick Ayers, we wouldn't be where we're at. And I never heard him come out and do that. But again,
Stan Lee gets a lot of credit. He just let people heap credit on him for stuff that he didn't do. You know, even Arnold Drake, he complained that he became more and more convinced that Stan Lee stole the idea for the X-Men from him from the Doom Patrol.
Oh yeah.
And that's why I always call Marvel the house of somebody else's ideas. You know, it's just ridiculous. Even Spider-Man. Did you ever pick this book up? Ever hear this? The comic book makers, Joe Simon.
Oh, but that story is very well known. It's very well documented.
Yeah,
there are the original concept comes from Joe Simon and C.C. Beck.
Well, there was there was someone who's interviewing Stan, I think 1966 for New Yorker or something like that, and Stan went into how valuable Jack was to him.
Right.
They cut it out of the article, didn't tell Stan, and when Roz called after it came out, Stan thought she was calling to thank him, and she starts biting his head off, and he had no idea why. Again, is that true? We don't know any more than whether or not what Ditko said is true. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Same story, and I thought it was Esquire, but you're probably right.
It might have been.
But it was about 1965. Jack Kirby was there. Stan Lee was there. Jack Kirby was kind of curmudgeonly and quiet, little short guy. And Stan Lee was very, outgoing. And the reporter zoomed into Stan Lee, and they wrote it more. And then they just talked about Jack Kirby like he's an assistant. That was their perception of it. But that's apparent. I think you're right. Stan Lee didn't mean it to come across that way. That's in the early days. And then Stan Lee puts on the wig and the flashy lapels. And by the time Origin of Marvel comes out, Origin of Marvel Comics comes out, it's like the creator of Spider-Man, and it doesn't say co-creator. And that's when I think, it got bad. But the thing is, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, the ones that Stan Lee wrote have a consistent voice, and then the ones that he didn't write, like you're reading an Ant-Man story, it doesn't feel the same. There's the books that he writes, even different artists, and the artists are probably coming up with a lot of great ideas, but the writing is so important. It's like those New Gods books for DC are beautiful, but the writing is clunky, and the names he comes up for the characters are kind of dumb. Big Barda, Mr. Big. I don't know. I'm making up names now. It's just like it's got great vision, but
the gangster comic
like an 8-year-old.
Yeah, well, by the time you got to the 70s, Kirby's ideas you wanted to be more conceptual. I think it must have been at that time that it was at that time that probably that he was reading Chariots of the Gods.
Yeah, definitely was reading that.
That's definitely an influence there in the way he thinks of stuff.
You can always tell what movie had just come out because Jack did his next story based on it.
But there are a few things that it's on Rob Liefeld's podcast, and Rob Liefeld has a couple of podcasts talking about when he met Jack Kirby when he was doing Phantom Force for Image. They met him. They went to his house, and Liefeld was particularly impressed with a drawing that Jack had made. He said, "What's that? Oh, that's God." So that's Jack Kirby's interpretation of what God is supposed to look like.
Mm-hmm.
And Kirby's the older he got, the more he was interested in exploring. He wasn't trying to be clever. He wanted to show the reality that he saw in an exciting way, but he didn't want to try to drag it down with words. All of those character designs that we never saw anywhere that are published in the Jack Kirby Collector, they don't have names assigned to them. Kirby just drew them.
Yeah.
Who is this? I guess not even he knew. He just drew them.
I guess whoever is right, whoever was wrong, all I know is this. Yeah, Stan and Jack. I consider them like the Lennon and McCartney of comic creators.
Yeah.
What they did was so impressive that it took almost 50 years for modern comic book creators to absolutely destroy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a legacy.
Well, that's true.
McCartney and Lennon, when they were separated from each other, weren't able to produce anything close to, because Lennon provided the cynicism that and then McCartney was this happy tra-la-la, and then you're going to wind up with silly love songs. But if Lennon had been there, he would have put something in there, some barb into that to make it less than just a fluffy song. And McCartney produced probably one of the worst songs ever, that Christmas song.
Yeah, but without McCartney, Lennon started.
Stand that song, but McCartney at his prime was great, but they needed each other.
Yeah,
and
without McCartney, Lennon goes all experimental. So like Kirby.
Yeah. And Stan Lee in his later years, when he was writing like Stripperella, and he's like that guy had this guy had that talent.
You don't even need to get to Ravage. I mean, it's not like the Spider-Man newspaper strip was that interesting.
I haven't read it. I think it's like people have a certain amount of creativity that they're born with, and then it's like some people, it's measured by the fates, a certain amount each person's given, and it's like you reach the end, and it's like, whoop, there's nothing left.
Look,
live and let die. That's what else does he do after that? McCartney, I agree.
I'll still listen to a Bob Dylan record, but there are no more Blonde on Blondes or Highway 61s or Blood on the Tracks coming.
Right.
As I said, there's you have that. Some people have like a creative peak, and you can get flashes of it back, or you don't. But there's definitely peaks that people have. Like I said, and whether it's an individual or like I said, a combo. But thank goodness that they got along well enough to do what they did, because I said they gave everybody on this stream a lifetime of enjoyment.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We were talking about Ditko and early Ditko stuff, and my favorite stuff of his is the Strange Tales, Doctor Strange story.
Oh
yeah, Strange.
I like them way better than the Spider-Man. Myself.
I
like the stuff that Steve Ditko did for Warren magazines, for Eerie and Creepy.
Great stuff. Yeah,
the good one was over there. He Steve Ditko sent me a letter. I don't know. I got all the stuff over here somewhere, but I think it's already known though, when he sent me that letter, that the reason he had done all these different experiments over at Warren was because of Archie Goodwin encouraging him to do that. And he also said that that's the only reason why he was working over there at Warren, was because of Archie Goodwin. One of these days I'm gonna show all the letters I got. I got a whole bunch.
This is a good one on the Warren stuff.
Oh wow, I didn't know they'd done that.
Yeah. What's that? That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
About a year ago, I was trying to get.
This is talking about Steve Ditko. This is the first appearance of Mr. A. Whitson magazine, number 3.
Oh, I need to get that. Yeah, that's on my list.
57.
And Mr. A is awesome.
So it's pretty nice shape too. And I wanted to ask Paolo, man, he's got to be familiar with this, right? About the New York Post. This was a few years ago. The $1 billion Spider-Man cover-up.
I don't think I've seen that.
Ben Cooper. These guys discovered Ben Cooper costume magazines.
No, that's well known. It's very likely that Steve Ditko came up with the design from the Ben Cooper costume.
Right.
The thing is the idea for Spider-Man goes back to 1954, and
Right.
Steve Ditko wasn't even involved in it at first because the artist was going to be C.C. Beck.
Right, the artist, and C.C. Beck drew like 5 original pages, and then what else did he do? I think he gave them the Jack Kirby, and they later disappeared. And then when Stan Lee was asking about new characters, Kirby came up with the idea for Spider-Man. He had a logo that Joe Simon did in 1954 that was a Spider-Man logo. It just said Spider-Man, and he used that, and that's where Stan Lee supposedly, that'd be a good character. And then he said we can have a ring. Stan Lee tells Steve Ditko we can have a magic ring. He can rub the ring and turn into Spider. And Steve Ditko told him, well, that sounds a lot like Joe Simon and Jack Kirby's The Fly.
Yeah.
So he had to change all that, but that was, look at this, man. I mean,
I know. Pretty crazy.
1954, and then here's amazing. The other thing is, Ben Cooper was the first company. They went to Marvel in 1963 after the Amazing Fantasy came out, and then the first issue of Spider-Man came out. They went over there to Marvel, and they did something there with Marvel. And my guess is that they complained, hey, you got this character that's coming out now that's popular, and we got this Ben Cooper costume here, a Spider-Man costume. They wanted to make a deal, and they gave Ben Cooper the rights to Spider-Man.
But
Ben Cooper's doing all the Spider-Man.
More than that, to make all of the Marvel Lines costumes.
Yeah.
The picture's a little deceptive. I mean, it does look like that's what happened. But when you see the color, it's actually a yellow costume.
Well,
but the design of the webs and the eyes,
the logo was right there in the chest.
And then that's enough to sue for copyright infringement. Yeah. Then the lawyers would work out the details, but there's too much in there.
Yeah, there is. So that's what I don't know, man. Yeah.
Those Marvel movies, they should have had a 4th Spider-Man that appears from another dimension, another multiverse, looks like that. Spider-Man on his forehead with his nose sticking out. No explanation provided to anyone. Give Ben Cooper $1 million, or half of whatever.
Oh man, unreal, man, unreal.
I hear they're going to reunite the 3 Spider-Man guys again.
Wow.
Yeah, I already saw that in a Doctor Who episode.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the episode The 3 Doctors. So they get 3 different actors together.
But I bet they'd aged, right? And they're not supposed to age, right?
Right. Well, the 2 of them were from the recent series, and then they came up with another future one who had never appeared yet.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. Okay. It's like that next generation of Star Trek. You've got an android, but the show goes on so long. Why is that android aging?
Yeah, the
Mark Zuckerberg guy, Data, whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason why he dies in the last TNG movie, because even Brent Spiner was aware of it. I'm getting too old for this to be believable.
Yeah, he appears in this new Picard series, and he's. They're both.
Yeah, didn't they try to explain it though that he was made to age at least on the outside or something like that?
That's stupid.
Who was that guy with the oil filter
right?
over his eyes?
Oh yeah.
Who was that guy?
That was the guy. That was guy from Roots.
Yeah, LeVar Burton.
LeVar Burton.
The oil filter across his eyes.
Yeah.
I thought that was so weird, man.
Literally a hair clip that somebody got.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
I love the original Star Trek so much, and then they got this little kid on the bridge, and No one's wearing mini skirts and bouffant hairdos. No one gets fist fights. No one does drop kicks. Whenever any action happens, it's not really happening. It's in a virtual reality holodeck.
Yeah.
People talk out their problems. It's like, oh, please, give me the violent pulp action mixed in with the great science fiction. I like that mixture and those original actors.
Well, they got the occasion
people off when I say that.
They got Worf to be the occasional fisticuffs. I think that it took until halfway through the second series for TNG to become more interesting, and until the third series, by the third season, the thing is nowadays nobody wants to wait for a third season.
Well, that's how I was. I watched it every Saturday night, and I was
But
like,
you know something,
And then someone
Smallville.
said, "Well, if you just waited for the third season, I
Yeah,
swear."
but you
Like,
know
well,
what? Smallville lasted for 10 seasons. The only ones that matter are the 7th through the 10th. The first 6 seasons are boring as fuck. That thing is Beverly Hills 90210.
What's the show? What's the show?
Smallville.
Hey, that's the first time I heard him use naughty language, man.
Wait,
was fired up on that.
the first seasons were better to me.
No, they're not. They're Beverly Hills 90210, starring Clark Kent
But
from the
I never,
1950s.
I never really watched the later seasons. I saw a few of them when the other heroes started to appear in bastardized costumes. But
those are the good ones.
Finally,
you get some
couple of
action.
seasons, what I liked about it, I know it was like 90210, but I used to actually watch 90210, but because I fell in love with that Shannon Doherty on some magazine cover. But but what was really great was the early episodes with Lex Luthor, where he was really not that bad a guy, and I love for villains to not be total evil, because that's not realism. I know Steve Ditko believed in absolute good and bad, but I think it's interesting when you've got a villain and it's like, oh, I kind of see why. One thing the X-Men movies did well was the Magneto character pretty consistently with the two actors. It's like, oh, I kind of see why. It kind of makes sense. He's killing people, but I see what, I like that. As Magneto was originally introduced by Stan Lee, he was total evil. It was the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. They even had evil in the title. But I love villains to be somewhat in between, because even you think of all the bad people in history, all the dictators, and it's like, if you read about them, well, they had, at least they were nice to dogs or whatever. The band Blondie was named after Hitler's dog.
Yeah. The Ramones.
Yeah, it was Johnny Ramone collected Nazi memorabilia, and he was always talking about Hitler. And he was talking to Debbie Harry and Chris Stein about Hitler's dog, Blondie, and they said, well, that's a good name for a band. So everyone thinks, oh, it's a reference to the comic strip because she has blonde. But,
I didn't know that. I didn't.
Yeah, my friend directed some Ramones videos, and Johnny Ramone was just, he collected nothing but 50s monster movie posters, 50s pre-code horror comics, and Hitler memorabilia, and everything in his house was all one of those three things.
Wow.
So, yeah, you find out weird things. And then Joey Ramone, the lead singer of the band, had a girlfriend, and Johnny Ramone stole that girlfriend away from him. So he wrote the song, "The KKK Took My Baby Away," because he considered Johnny Ramone to be such a right-wing guy that even though Hitler's technically a left-wing guy, but oh well. But Johnny Ramone is very conservative, So.
I heard that two of the Ramones were and two weren't. I don't know who the other one was, but
two of them were one.
Yeah, conservative. It wasn't just Johnny. There was one of the other ones was too.
Oh, one of the later ones that joined was an ex-Marine. I forget what his name was. It could be him. But the others were pretty liberal. But my friend still got along fine with him because my friend was right of
Now, would Johnny have still been in the band in '92?
Johnny, yeah, I think so.
Because I actually saw them live the night Clinton was elected.
Oh, yeah.
And oh my God, there was just like a big hootenanny. Everybody was thrilled, except for me.
Nanny.
And they were, so they were playing. So maybe me and Johnny were the only two in the building that wasn't ecstatic over the news, because they came on and interrupted. I'm there to see Social Distortion and the Ramones, and third band nobody remembers, but they got on the loudspeaker, says Bill Clinton has won the election, and the place just erupted like Mount Vesuvius. And it's like, yes, and there's like, I'm just watching everybody going, yeah, this is fantastic. But
it's ironic that liberals tend to be more to censor more than Republicans do. And people in underground art forums like punk rock, they think, well, those conservatives are going to just take everything away. And in reality, who was leading the PRC? It was Tipper Gore.
It's funny that during the election, during the 1992, during the campaign, we got to go to this place where this folk artist named Ash, that's not Overwhelming Color Fast was the band. I think nobody would remember. And this up and coming folk artist who had toured with Dylan was playing this guitar shop next to this place called Bogart's, which was where all the up and coming bands would play. And I went up there with one of the other managers from one of our record stores, and this girl couldn't get through her set fast enough to start doing what she really came to do, which was trash George Bush the first. So by the time we got to that, I said, yeah, I told the label rep, we're leaving. Yeah, so yeah, I didn't come for this part. And about a month later, they called and said they wanted to send coffee mugs to everybody that was there. And he said, now, which ones were you again? I said, oh, I went with my husband, Nick. I said, we were the conservatives. Oh, yeah, I remember. And I realized but this other label rep one time, she's talking to us, isn't it going to be great with Bill Clinton? Finally, a president that actually sleeps with his wife. Boy, did that age poorly. But I told her, I said, I kind of want more out of my president than banging his wife in the Oval Office. It turns out she was the only one he didn't.
Wow.
Yeah, the Bushes were horrible.
I
at the time I didn't realize how horrible until with perspective you realize they were all just part of the same.
Yeah,
just two aristocratic families trading. And you know about the Stan Lee Hillary Clinton mess, right?
No.
Oh, I wish I could remember. There was some big guy that wanted to have he was a shady crook. He wanted to have a big music festival to raise money for Hillary Clinton. It was all a boondoggle, kind of like the Mel Brooks movie, The Producers. And he was going to call it the Stan Lee Music Festival because Stan Lee was the biggest sort of celebrity he could actually get to sign on. And Stan Lee was all gaga about the Clintons. And it just went horribly and millions were lost. I don't know exactly what happened. You probably, if you look up Stan Lee, Hillary Clinton, you can get the whole story, but it was a big mess. And because Stan Lee's name was on it because this guy wanted to use him as a front man. Yeah, that was, obviously, let me get a time perspective on that. Yeah, I kind of remember the story, but
I think it was in the
80s. Clinton didn't come around to the 90s, I don't believe.
And he was governor in the 80s, but no one knew.
Yeah, he was still importing drugs in Arkansas at the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I remember they just picked him because they didn't think anybody could stop Bush. So they just rolled the dice on an unproven commodity, and then between Bush's seemingly being disinterested in the second term and Clinton's Arsenio
I've
Hall
heard
appearance.
that his father was someone really important, like one of those families that run the world, because he was
You want to know it's not. It's very simple. You don't know the real reason why Clinton won that election, because his Southern accent was more believable than Bush's.
Yeah, well, he did have a charm that is something he had, and he could charm a crowd, something that Biden can't do. He was saying yesterday, you don't need weapons in case the government becomes tyrannical, because you need an F-15. You don't have that. It's just like, give up. He's going to have a major primetime speech tomorrow night to talk about how anyone that likes Trump is a semi-fascist, and they need.
Yeah, apparently you don't need an F-15. You only need a buffalo costume.
But if that's the case, why are the people in the Middle East running us out with their primitive weapons, living in caves?
Terrain.
We're probably getting.
Do you know why compared to all the Asian countries around, Afghanistan was never colonized? It's really impossible to conquer. The Rudyard Kipling's novel Kim.
Yeah,
that's set around the time of the Great Game, when both Russia and the UK and the United Kingdom were trying to colonize the Afghanistan, and it was really impossible. Between the local tribes are so disjointed that you need to basically have an ambassador / governor for each of them. And then when you turn your back on one of them to speak to the one next door, the other guy's going to betray you. And on top of that thing is just hills on top of hills on top of hills. You really couldn't, even today, you can't move. Look at all the mess that was the pulling out of Afghanistan. They left all the material there because it's impossible to take it out.
Ridiculous. That was done, I think, on purpose.
Yeah, but it was really impossible to take it out because of all the terrain.
It could have been done if they did. If it just needed to be done. Oh shit! This is an excerpt from a book. In the 90s, the Marvel legend decided to strike out on his own with an alleged con man as his business partner. So, this guy named Peter Paul. What a name!
Yeah.
You're going to trust a guy named Peter Paul?
I guess that was around 96 or 97.
Yeah,
because Marvel goes bankrupt in late 96, and then a couple of years later, Stan Lee creates Stan Lee Media.
What did Stan Lee have anything to do with Marvel really in 96, other than just?
Well, he had to quit. He had to quit about that time. They gave him the million. The chairman emeritus was a way to keep him under contract, but he was not in any official position.
I'm flashing on when I was a kid, and I realized, well, maybe Stan Lee doesn't have any talent, but he did, because those comics were so great. But then they Saturday morning cartoons, that 79 or 78 Fantastic Four cartoon, all he did was he was reusing these scripts from the first 12 or 15 Fantastic Four comics, and they weren't. Maybe he was dumbing it down for Saturday morning. That Jack Kirby was doing the sketches or the pre-production art for that show, and it was just like, and then all those annoying cartoons for Spider-Man. I mean, where Stan Lee would do the voiceovers. I hated that, and I started growing to really hate him. I hated to hear his voice, and then I kind of forgot about that. And if you just stay with the comics and ignore the shit that happened in the 70s, just ignore everything that happened after these got put on comics, the UPC code. If you stick to the past, then Stan Lee's great. But this guy that was like shilling for Hillary Clinton, and
I think the turning point in there was the Atlas implosion, the fact that when they signed with DC to be the distributor and they had the limited amount of titles, that allowed Stan Lee to become very good at organizing stuff.
Yeah,
and that in particular was what made Marvel interesting. Because I saw in a blog a few weeks ago, and I showed that picture in the show with Jared Osborne on Friday nights. It was an ad that came in the 62 Millie the Model annual. for all of the teen humor magazines, showing all the teen humor magazines they had. And it was around that time that Stan came up with the idea that they should cross promote, which eventually became Inside the Stories, because that's how he promoted Marvel. The whole idea of the shared universe was not a grand literary experiment that he came up with. It's just a way to sell the comics. And even then, it wasn't his idea, because Martin Goodman did that as far back as 1943.
Right.
When the magazines, during the war, the magazines lost pages until they eventually shrunk down to 32. But
it started pretty early with Spider-Man 1. He's there with the Fantastic.
No, but even there, I'm talking when the Angel was the backup on Submariner Comics in the 1940s, and the Human Torch was the backup on Captain America Comics.
Right.
And then they had all of those Georgie Comics, Willie Comics, the first Millie the Model, and Patsy Walker, and Tessie the Typist, and Nellie the Nurse. All of those characters, they had backups in each other's titles. That was the way to cross promote. That was Goodman. And when Stan starts doing that in '62, and he can do that because now he has characters. Because during the 1950s. Among the westerns and the science, the weird science, most of them, those were the majority of the output. They didn't have permanent characters.
Right.
So in '62, he has a limited palette of titles to choose from, but he can do that cross promotion that Goodman used to do.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And when he does the shared universe as the cross promotion, that's him being more clever than Goodman ever was.
Yeah, but was Goodman imitating what was going on with All-Star Comics with the Justice Society? I don't know who was first, but
kind of.
I can tell you who wasn't first: Martin Goodman.
Yeah,
but, it's really. The first was Greek mythology, because all of these comics go back to that.
Sure,
they're all your team of gods, always 12. But what Maranya, the 1960s Fantastic Four cartoon by Hanna-Barbera with Alex Toth designs, that was great. The only thing I didn't like was kind of the Thing's mouth, but everything was great. The voices, it was close enough to the Johnny Quest era that the animation wasn't as good as but Johnny Quest was done for prime time. That was a prime time show. Fantastic Four. I thought it was brilliant. And then Grant Trey Lawrence did the Spider-Man series and the Marvel superheroes. I'm talking about a show from like 12 years later in the late 70s that was, and I still, Jambo, need to return the Fantastic Four. I've got it all there on a shelf. I'll get it back. It's that I don't know what dermo means. Do you guys know what that means? Basil is dermo. But yeah, I just it's weird, But a lot of people that were buying comics in the 60s. I mean, I was born in 65, which to me, 65, 66 was the best of the That's when it was crammed with writing, and it was just so great. But a lot of guys say, well, around 1968, when comics went to 15 cents, they stopped liking the Marvels because there were less words in them, and the people were saying that was like a period they didn't like.
Less words. You had Roy Thomas writing.
I'm just talking about people that were there then. Because I see it even in Not Brand Ech in the later part of the run, when they get to the giant size issues. It's right about that time period. I think they were stretched thin when they had more titles that they had to fill up.
Right. Yeah. Because sure they started putting in writers around that time, but Stan Lee was notorious. He had a hard time figuring out how to trust the writers. That's why he has all of those attempts bringing back Don Rico, and then with Arnold Drake and Raymond Moraes, and those don't work for him.
He insulted writers, though. When Wally Wood wrote some Daredevil stories, it's like on the cover it says, "Well, we're trying this guy out this issue. We'll see if you guys let us," or maybe it was in the comic. "Well, let us know what you think of it." And it's like we'll make sure it's okay next issue. We'll tie up all the ends. And
You
it's
would
like
consider
you're insulting Wally Wood, who's one of the giants.
right, but you would consider a Don Rico or an Arnold Drake a writer, but if you drew, you were not a writer to him.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Well, in a lot of cases, they couldn't write the dialogue like he did. They didn't have the punch. But I think another thing that could have pissed off Ditko, and I was just thinking of this going through some Strange Tales on my show the other day, is this Doctor Strange was hardly ever put on the cover, and sometimes it was just a tiny thing at the very bottom.
Mm.
And it's like, that could have pissed him off a little. I don't know.
But Kirby, even in 1961, before Fantastic Four, Kirby's already doing a lot more covers than Ditko is. Stan Lee figured out quickly enough that Kirby on covers sells better.
Sells, right.
And when you have S.H.I.E.L.D. and Doctor Strange sharing space, it'd go with the Kirby covers.
But even when it was the Human Torch, and the Human Torch wasn't doing well because they had to bring in the Thing and they had to have him dress up as the Beatles, but they still put Doctor Strange down at the bottom.
And right about the time he left, they started alternating the covers, so Doctor Strange got the full cover.
Yeah, right. Because the Doctor Strange was not half of Strange Tales when it started. It was five pages. So of course it wasn't going to be on the cover. Captain America starts with 10 pages against 13 by Iron Man. So it takes a while until there's
okay. That's
no. It became equal, but I guess originally it wasn't.
About 66. That's when because Giant Man always had more pages than the Hulk. But then when Submariner starts, the Hulk becomes the star. So the Hulk starts getting one more page than Submariner.
Wow.
I don't know why people don't. Those just don't seem to be as valuable as other Marvel books, and I don't get it. I mean, even when Ditko left, they brought in Bill Everett. I mean, the art is just, and these are the classic stories that are being turned into movies. These are the ones that were turned into that '66 cartoon. The things but people seem to think, I only want the ones that say the Hulk on the top. I don't want this, They seem to think everything started in '68 when they got their own titles. And because I knew a guy that collected Hulk, and he didn't have any of the Hulk appearances in the split book. He just collected the solo Hulk books. I thought that's weird.
Even when you already have Maurice Severin in there.
Oh yes, everything's wonderful, and John Severin, and it's just like, or Maurice Severin, and just the combination of the artists.
Yeah, you can't think of Marvel's history without thinking of the split books.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they're great, and it's like there's certain key issues that are astronomical, but you can get a lot of those books for $30, and there's people paying more than $30 for a book that came out this morning because it's a variant cover.
Yeah.
And you could be getting something from 1965 that's historic, but they're buying it's a virgin cover and it's got the boobs going in different directions.
You know those guys who do those YouTube shows telling you what comics to buy. They don't know shit about comics. They never did. Yeah. I started one time. I started watching this guy. Who was it? Reg the Collector or whatever. Reggie collects.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Apparently, and everybody was people who I knew from YouTube for years, and everybody was fawning over him. And this guy, I started getting into comics 9 months ago. 9 months ago. Mm-hmm. When I got into comics 9 months ago, I was 5 years old. Who the fuck are you to tell these people where to spend their money?
Yeah, it's all over the place. That's all over the place. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. But there's people that they've just gotten into comics and they've got a wall behind them with every book. Like, where are they getting the money, man? They must have There must be CEOs or something.
That's why my interest will always be literary in this thing. I don't care how much things are worth, because to me, every comic should be available that has ever been published should be available right now in an easily affordable format. And I don't care if it's the 75th or the 23rd or the first printing.
Yeah, I think
it's the
that comics, like in these, I believe the PC art books, should be printed with the ads and with all the text material the complete, because the letter pages, everything, the ads for other comics coming out, that's all part of the experience. And when that's not there, and then these reprinted ones, the colors are, I think Maranya was talking about this in the chat, they are so bright or they're not the same coloring as, and I didn't realize this, I guess it's okay because it's the original person, but in the Russ Cochran EC reprints, the color, they're in black and white, but the covers inside are in color. And Marie Severin was told, here, color them. And so she didn't necessarily color them the way she did in 1952. She colored them how she'd do it now. And so it's her. She's the, it's just like, but sometimes, if you, I think for history's sake, things should be reprinted in some way exactly as they were. I think the closest EC was reprinted were those ones from that company in like 1972. It was it was an underground company. It was like two guys that were like barely out of their teens, printed about 9-10 issues. And they really look spot on, except for the price, the coloring. Everything. What was the company, man? It was come on, you guys know those ones.
The kitchen sink.
The first DC, there wasn't the first DC
East Coast did it, and Russ Cochran.
Yeah, Russ Cochran. That's the one I know of.
Yeah, but this was before Russ
Cochran. They called themselves EC also.
What?
East Coast.
Yeah, I think it was East Coast. Yeah, it was. They were really young guys. Probably East Coast. Yeah, this is what it was.
Well, I think that comics, when they're redoing them, they should put them on the newsprint instead of the slick paper.
Yeah, but the newsprint doesn't really exist anymore.
Better. I mean, it's just like, that's an old guy talking, but.
No, I agree. I think that they
should be. I mean, that's how they were made.
Better anyway.
Right. That's how they were originally
today's
printed.
newsprint is not the same as it was, 40, 50 years ago. It's a lot better, but
I don't think that it's necessary to reprint them exactly as they were. I mean, I have this. It's the Complete Star Slammers. And although I do have the graphic novel, having all of the stories in one volume is a perfectly acceptable way of reading this. This is something that should be around because it's Walt Simonson doing creator-owned work, and this should be around.
Well, in that time period, the ads were so boring. Who cares? But
you could read it and enjoy it. But if you want to get that full experience, you'd have to.
They were $1 each. And they the coloring looked spot on. They don't look like those Disney reprints from the 90s.
I think that was East Coast, I believe.
Yeah, it was East Coast, and it is Russ Cochran, because I'm looking at Russ Cochran was behind it, but the guys that did it were real young. See, it's this is the what is it?
Hey, is that any relation to the East Coast comics of today? There's an East Coast Comics today that's publishing.
Yeah,
East Coast.
They also did this issue.
That's a great one.
But because they're $1, they did this issue of Shock Suspense. This is what they were advertised in the back of the Warren magazines, and I bought those when Lone Star Comics first opened in the summer of '77 from that same company, mycomicshop.com. Those were great memories when they actually sold old comics in Lone Star Comics, but at a certain point they went to all mail order, and all they had was new comics in there, and that's when it got a little horrible.
You guys, when you went into your first comic shop, you remember what year it was? Because I was remembering when you said that, going into the comic book shop for the first time and seeing the boxes and bins of comics, but most of them didn't even have bags on them. Then
Right.
they were still just raw, sitting there, no bags and boards or anything.
Well, this was the summer of '77 when Star Wars came out, that Lone Star Comics opened as a brick and mortar store in a little tiny shop, and they had bags but not boards. That's how comic shops did it then. And it was good because sometimes I could look at the back cover and say, oh, this one has water damage, and I might not have been able to tell it if there was a. Because sometimes you can see the damage to a comic from the back a lot better than you can from the front.
Right.
Because you got a white cover, if you can draw this horse.
Look who's smiling now.
Look who's smiling now. Or I like the one in the inside one of the guy, Mr. Bemis, yelling at the dude for being late.
Yes.
Yeah, the day Bill told off his boss.
Yeah.
Because he knows electronics.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Mr. Bemis. I've used that name before, like if someone called the house years ago. Is there Mr. Ogden there? No, this is Mr. Bemis is here. But yeah, that guy cracked me up. He was like 10 minutes late and docked him an hour's pay.
But I was this 12-year-old kid going into the store, and I'd listen to the older people, the clerks, the Buddy Saunders, the owner of the store, and all the guys that all look like Roy Thomas, because every comic book store clerk always looked like Roy. They all had the straight long hair. They were a nerd that was trying to be cool and grew their hair out long, but they still looked like a nerd with straight long hair. With the little round glasses. Every comic store clerk looked like that to me. Buddy Saunders was like this. He didn't look as nerdy. He was more like a young George Lucas kind of guy. And, when George Lucas was young and was more of, doing American Graffiti, kind of that time period. And I remember when heavy metal first started and the guy said, oh yeah, the new issue came out and I was dancing on the roof and they were so excited about it. And I remember someone telling this horrible, I probably told this story before, horrible story about a car accident, like a truck accident. And that all these Golden Age books were covered in blood and hair. And they were having to clean these books. Sorry, they were having to clean these books off. And it's like, I remember hearing this story and thinking, oh my God. So you guys that collect Night Tiger and Jambo, if you see brown stains on a comic, maybe from that they were going to some convention. That's a horrible story. I hate to laugh about something like that, but it was just one of those things that sticks in your head because you're listening. These are these guys that are in their 20s or 30s that are running the store, and you want to obtain knowledge from them and stuff. And so
wow.
But it was a neat experience, a comic book store. That's the first time I've ever been to one.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off, man.
All right, yeah. Anyone that needs to go, I stay on forever. But I like to just talk to people because I never talk to anyone but my wife and my dog. So,
I got to get up early and work on my other house tomorrow. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got to tap out too, guys.
Yeah, I gotta go. I got a guy coming over 7:30 tomorrow morning to pay. I got to pay for the rest of the roof, so that's gonna be an expensive morning. But
yeah, and it's 4 a.m. here.
Oh shit!
Holy
sorry.
Oh man!
Great being on the show. It's nice to be on.
You win, Paulo.
Oh,
okay.
Take care, guys.
All right.
All right. Take
Everybody
care.
have a good night.
see you, Paulo.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna check out too. So you want to end the stream, or you guys gonna stay on?
I was gonna stay on to say goodbye, but if you want to stick around, Steve, we talk for a second or two.
Okay. I'm cool.
All right, well, in that case, you guys have a great rest of the stream, and got to do a fantastic job filling in.
Oh, thank you. Except for my little anger flash. I apologize to that guy. I'm sure he's a great guy. It's just like, what was that about?
You're always welcome to read with us, and I will see you guys next Wednesday, if not sooner.
All
right. Sounds cool.
Good night, guys. Oh, Steve, I want to tell you real quick. When is Baltimore? the Baltimore Con?
The last weekend of October, 28th, 29th, and 30th.
So I was talking to Joe Corallo when we were doing our video Monday, and he's going to be there.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I might stop by and say hi.
I don't know if he says he's not there officially as a guest, but he may have something there. But he'll be wandering around if you recognize him from.
All right, great. Yeah, I'm sure it's a crowded area, but you always hone in on something. You always will find that person in the crowd. Yeah, I hope I bump into him.
All right, well, I just wanted to say it because I knew I'd forget by then. But all right, you guys take care. See you next week.
Take care.
It's not in the bad part of Baltimore, is it?
Oh no, it's at the harbor. It's right by Camden Yards. It's the one that they take care of. You know what I mean? Every city's got the good area.
I've always thought of Baltimore as a wonderful place, and then I know it from John Waters movies. And then in the movie Hairspray, she's kissing her boyfriend and there's rats running across her feet. And you think, oh, it's just John Waters trying to be gross. And then I see people driving around Baltimore on YouTube and you just see constant rats running across the street like squirrels.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that really is true.
Yeah, the convention center is really nice, high-end hotels. And it's like every city's got the place where they go, and that they really take care of that area. Because the convention center, Camden Yards, the stadium where the Ravens play, it's all right there. Yeah. It's a great time.
Anyone else wants to come on, there's a link there, if you want to make an appearance. But we could have a second wave of people coming in. I don't think that'll happen. I don't think that's ever happened. But let's see. We've still got 16 people watching. Maybe someone will show up.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, sheesh. I don't know. Why do I have last time I had a flash of temper like that was with
that guy
from Canada. I wish I hadn't done that, but I felt like I was being pushed buttons, and then
he might have been referring to what I said about Jambo. The Jambo didn't have it, and he goes, I didn't bag and board it. I mean, Jambo, you're a barbarian. Then I think he was just
I didn't see that part. Oh shit.
Yeah, I think that's what I was been thinking about my whole time. And I think that's what he was referring to, saying that Gratu doesn't bag his comics either. Like,
I thought I was just I saw that guy had said earlier, has he talked about communist yet? And I was thinking,
yeah,
it's not communist, it's socialist, it's globalist, man.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, it's I've never
that happens.
Yeah, I apologize, Bilbo or whatever your name was. I apologize.
Someone who's been on before, I don't recognize the name.
But yeah, so and you're going to Baltimore looking for that one book, right?
Well, I'm going to look for numerous books. My plan of attack is always buy one big boy Charlton that it's hard to find, and I don't like doing eBay. I don't like I have in the past, but I want to look for it. I want to touch it. I want to feel it to make sure I'm getting what I'm getting. I want to do a page count and all that kind of good stuff.
That sounds I want to touch it. I want to feel it.
Yeah, I want to feel it. But and I buy my one big book, and the rest of the stuff, I just whatever strikes my fancy. I get some artwork. Got to get artwork. Got to see my artists that I go to get artwork from them. Get commissions done, and that takes some doing. So you got to get on their list and everything, and tell them what you want and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I've never had any. I don't think I've ever had any art done on commission. I bought some pieces from what was it? The Batman artist that around the early 90s was doing all kinds of artwork like real prolifically from the 40s. Was it Moldoff? Is that his name? Yeah, I got several really cool pieces that he did, but I gave them to a girlfriend at the time, and I'm sure they either were burned in a fire or a hurricane flooded them.
Right.
But so it doesn't matter. They're not in my possession anymore. I had a Ward art that I really could have never hung anywhere because it was some of his real extreme naughty art.
Really?
I gave that to a different girlfriend. I had a bad tendency to do that for a while. So
I remember Sheldon Moldoff. Yeah, he's pretty prolific in the golden age, and then he started doing stuff in the '90s when that resurgence came up. That's kind of.
I think it was because of the '89 Batman, or maybe Batman Returns, somewhere in that time period.
Yeah.
I don't know what original artwork I have of anyone of any importance. I'm looking around. Do I have anything? I might have something. Well, I have XNO. Do you know him? I don't know if it's pronounced XNO or Zeno. It's just the letter X, N, and O. And I've got some art by him, but he's done some underground stuff. But he's not like a guy that's ever worked for the major companies.
Right. It's good. I mean, if you like it, you like it. I mean,
he does a lot of pictures of Popeye mixed with Frankenstein.
Okay.
He kind of has this kind of art, it's a mixture of the Munsters, the Addams Family. Let's see, a lot of, Rat Fink looking stuff.
Okay. I like that spaceship.
It's just, he's very much, my wife doesn't like his art, but it's the guy's, what else? Some of his art I can't really. Oh, this is cool. I think Jamba would like this guy's art. It's like look at
That's awesome.
Yeah, just
that's pretty.
Little notifications are popping up. But
and you have some of his stuff, huh?
I have some paintings, just a few paintings. Like this painting, if you scroll across.
Oh wow, he's really into the Universal monsters, huh? That's awesome.
Yeah, but he does them very lasciviously, and he has all these. Yeah, that has nudity. I can't show. A lot of times, Bride of Frankenstein often is topless. He does, I mean, his colors are wonderful.
Funny.
I don't know what has happened to him now, what he's doing now. Looks like there are galleries that sell his art here.
He got stuff going for high dollar.
Probably. There was an art show of his in Dallas I went to that I couldn't afford any of the stuff, but there was, it used to be before the internet, there was that tabloid was comic book, was it Comic Book News? It was about the size of the National Enquirer.
Buyer's Guide?
Yeah, Buyer's Guide. It was on every magazine newsstand. There would be ads for Memphis Comics. I don't know if that's still there in Tennessee, but Memphis Comic, he lived near there. I think he lived out in the country, kind of a hillbilly, and he would come into Memphis Comics and he would trade just drawings that he did while he was talking on the phone or something, just trade them for comics so he didn't have to pay for them. And then in their ads, Memphis Comics would sell old comics, and they'd also sell original art by him. And I got some from them.
Okay.
And but yeah, I haven't thought of him in a long time. Here's one he did of the Flash. Yeah, I've got a piece right in here. Let me bring it in. It's got like some weird girl fighting a Mars Attacks Martian.
Oh, that's cool.
course, now I can't find it, but I'll find it and show it on my show.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it's here. No. I've got an original comic strip by him on the wall, but I can't move this computer for a comic strip called Zombo.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't have much original art. That would be a cool thing to have.
It's pricey, but it's fun to collect. I mean, depending on what you get, I like getting stuff from artists, and that's always fun to me. You know, if you like the end result, you tell them what you want, and then once you see it, like that's great stuff.
I think that what I might do in lieu of that is just find a Kinko's Federal Express kind of place where I can make color copies and blow up the back covers of old key issues where you can see the painting without the logo, and put those in, blow them up to 11 by 17 and frame those, and you could have an art gallery of gold key art.
Absolutely.
That would be cool.
And speaking of art, I had got a commission done of the Shadow by this artist named Stuart Sager, and the Shadowed Circle, that fanzine that's published every quarter. I sent them the commission PDF file for them to publish it in the fanzine, and I had to get permission from Stuart to use the artwork. Stuart gave me his blessing, use the artwork, so now it's going to be published. I don't know how they're going to use it. If it's going to be a cover, back cover, or a centerfold, I don't know. But they're going to be
cool.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty neat.
I've got a Flash Gordon painting in the other room. It's not someone famous, and I was told that it was used as in a fanzine. It's dated 1968, and it's just a copy of Alex Raymond art, but painted. And
that's cool. To research that to see where it came from.
I've tried researching it. You know, Horror Mike was saying maybe it's a cover of Rocket Blast Comic Collector, but I'd already looked through the whole run of that.
Yeah,
it wasn't that. So I don't know. I mean, it would. You know, if I've shown it on my show, if people like Captain Strangelife and the people that watch this show can't identify it, I don't know who could.
Right, understood.
And it's not like someone that ever made it big. It's just someone that did a painting.
Is there no signature on it or nothing, huh? No signature on it or anything? No, it's not signed?
Oh, yeah, there's a signature. I mean, I could go in the other room and...
Oh, that's fine.
I'll tell you what, I'll just... When I do the show tomorrow, I'll show that some of the X and O art I have.
Okay.
And I'll show you that Flash Gore. I've shown it. You'll say, oh, I've seen that before. But...
All right, but I never saw the signature, so maybe I might lend a hand to figure out who it is.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll go around and film any original art I've got. I'll try to do that.
That's cool.
Like you've done before with your wall.
Yeah. I need to get some more. I got so much stuff. It costs it's around $300 to get a piece of regular size comic art matted and framed with archival material, and it's just $300. I could use that for a comic book or something. You know, it's hard to spend that money when I can buy another piece. You know, I need more artwork on my wall. I got a lot more I need to put up.
I'm tempted sometime to buy one of these blank covers and just do something horrible on the cover of it. Just Horror Mike's doing these really good, wonderful illustrations for vampires. And I'm thinking, I'd turn it into the most horrible thing possible, but I'd want it to be a more wholesome comic, you know.
Understood. Kind of like
because it would be fun to do. It would just be funny to do my own cover. I'd color it and everything, and then that. I was thinking earlier today, you know, all this thing of these variant covers. It's like I was gonna maybe. Sometimes I'll think, what are some things I can say on my show, and like if I come across one that has someone's name, I'll say this is a variant cover with this guy's name written on it. You know, this kid's name.
Yeah.
It's like that's the variant covers we used to have. I don't know how anyone's going to collect comics in the future.
Yeah.
20, 30, 40 years down the line, when there's Comic Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills was showing all these Sheena comics he bought today. I think he showed 6 or 7 different covers of the same one, and one had a really great painting where she's kind of laying on her stomach with her feet up, and then there's another one of the same painting, but it doesn't have the title on it. It's Virgin. Then there's another one that has the same painting, but it's some new thing, blue light or something, ultraviolet.
Wow.
It looks like you're looking at something inside of a black light gallery.
Yeah.
So and then there's another one where they got some stripper dressed as Sheena, because they always some strippers from Baby Dolls or something. Here, put on this Vampirella costume, and we'll have a couple more variant covers. And he has all of them.
Right.
I'm thinking, if I wanted to collect Sheena number 7 from 2022, and how does Overstreet? I haven't looked at an Overstreet physical price guide in years. How do they account for all the variant covers, and do they try to describe them and print?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is that what they do?
They're lettered usually. They're lettered. Variant cover A, B.
Oh, it's cover A, B, and are they? And so you open up the front cover, and it tells you this is cover A. Cover.
It might say on the UPC code, the UPC code. It might say cover A, or at the price. At the price, it might say cover A, cover B, cover C, or whatever. And the price.
So, all right. Well, then, okay. I guess I see that, but
yeah, that's how they do it. The price guide's so thick anymore. I mean, I get it every year. I love the information. I love the articles, but it's so tiny. You can get the big book that's much bigger.
Yeah.
It's got a big spiral bound. I don't know if you ever saw one before.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's much easier to read, but it's not as much information. So
right.
The magnifying glass.
Well, my go-to now is just every time I'm trying to look something up, is I just go to mycomicshop.com and look at whatever I'm looking up.
Mm-hmm.
And their spell correct is, I don't know if it's my phone or my comic shop's internal spell correct. It's very annoying, but and then it tells you different conditions. Unless they don't have that comic in stock, then you're out of luck. But you'll always be able to get a picture of the cover, so that's helpful. Which price guide can't do.
I do that with the Grand Comic database to get an idea what the cover looks like, who the artist is, and then I go from there. I never thought about using my comic shop.
Okay, so the comic database is how you guys are finding out the name George Wilson and everything from Gold Key. Is that?
Yeah.
I was wondering, how does everybody know this? Why
that's what Paulo probably did, was hit the Grand Comics database. It's free. There's no fee or anything. And just type your issue in, and you're good to go. It lists everything. Has all the picture of the cover. If they know who did it, it's listed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I go to, and then from there I work through the price guide. But
are the pictures as good as what mycomicshop.com, or does My Comic Shop use their pictures?
It could be. I don't know. But you can blow them up so they're you can see the cover pretty good.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The list of number, I say the comics got 20 issues. It'll be a box, like an index, 1 to 20. Click on it, and you'll see the cover, who wrote it, who did the stories in it. Like with Charlton, they're all over the place with stories and numbers and who did what story. It's a godsend. I love looking at that you get an idea who did everything on there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always stuff you can learn. I mean, I knew that database existed, and I think I've looked at it in the past.
Yeah.
More and more, I just really find it hard to even look at a phone. My eyes are getting bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this, I think the guy's real name is something like Chet Darmstetter or something like that. Here he's got like this painting of the Gruesomes.
Oh, cool.
Oh, this is his Franken Pop character. He's done tons of paintings of this guy. His whole life story.
Oh, wow.
It's just like he has all the same influences that Here's
freaking
variant Count Chocula. He's eating Captain Crunch.
Oh man.
So yeah, he's got all the same influences. And then
You have a wacky pack type of Cabbage Patch Kid type of stuff.
yeah, if if he'd been born a decade or so earlier, he probably would have been doing Topps cards.
Yeah.
Think about how the kids. This is kind of like the painting I have downstairs. It's almost a clone of that.
Okay, that's neat.
But yeah, they call it. There's this whole magazine, Juxtapose. You remember that magazine?
Yeah, I do.
They had a whole feature on him at some point. So he's pretty well known. I'm not sure if it's pronounced XNO or Xeno, honestly, but
probably the latter. It sounds like the guy's art style probably calls himself Xeno. That's neat.
These YouTube notifications pop up at the top, and people might find out that I subscribe to conservative channels. That's forbidden. That's thought crime. So yeah, he's obsessed with this guy.
That's pretty cool.
But
great.
But see, that's based on that model kit. But he makes everything. It's just I love it.
Your cup of tea, all right.
Yeah. He might have. Yeah, he did actually. He did some art for Dinosaurs Attack. You're right. I forgot that.
Okay.
There was in the 90s. It was a Mars Attacks sequel.
Okay.
Dinosaurs Attack, and it was real gory. I forgot about that.
I'm going to have to look on my cards because I got the Mars Attacks, the reissue set with newer cards. I'm wondering if he did any artwork for those.
Ooh, I don't know.
I'll have to look.
That's a good one. You can see out the porthole.
Yeah.
Just so. Some people find it ugly.
Nah, it's a style.
Well,
just the way what he incorporates into the art. The stuff that we like, the monsters, the horror, the pop culture, it's all in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy.
There's his version of the she creature.
That's nice. That's a cool one.
Yeah, so here's that Frankenpop reading a comic book.
Looks like he's a little useful wear there.
He keeps going back to the same well over and over again. He grew up. You can tell he's the same age.
Oh yeah,
basically the same age as we are. Oh man, so you're saving up for Baltimore, and
there's a con September 11th here locally. I'm not going to that. I'm going to save my money. I've got plans, and I want to have a good time without no guilt. Just my comic, have a good time.
Yeah, it's hard to make plans because every day the news is unbelievable, and it's like it's like any day, who knows, the world could turn upside down any day, and then it's like I've never even. There's something coming up in Des Moines, which is not far, a comic convention. I'm trying to find it here. And I think there's something coming up at the end of September, but it's before I get paid.
Oh man, that's too bad. I think you should go. I know
if I was able to save some money, it's like the 23rd and 24th of September. But
you used to go to conventions, the big Dallas Fantasy Fair you used to go to, right?
Well, the Dallas Fantasy Fair was something from the 80s and 90s. it disappeared for a good number of years, and then someone tried to bring it back about 6, 7 years, maybe 5 years ago.
Okay.
And it was promoted as this big deal, and they had really cool ads, and it had Steranko and the family of, was it Wally Wood, selling big posters of his art, and a bunch of big people were there. And you can see some of the lectures online. It was, but the attendance, it was like a funeral. There was hardly anyone there, and it was all pretty much comic book stuff.
Wow.
The last convention I went to had virtually no comics. About 3 short boxes of comics. One guy had that. Everything else was more anime, manga, video game stuff, fairies, I guess role-playing game, dice, whatever, but it was all this tangential stuff. The thing about Lone Star Comics, when I first went in, it was all comics and science fiction paperbacks. That was all it was. And that's the way things were then. Dungeons and Dragons hadn't been invented yet. When that stuff came along, it started taking up a good part of the stores. Comic stores became devoted to that, but I guess it was selling, so they had to do that.
Yeah, the store that I went to, the first comic store for me was 78, with Barbarian Books in Wheaton, Maryland. It's still there.
Really?
Yeah, it's still there. He's moved down the strip mall. I went there in 78. He was already there for 12 years before I went in there. And like Lone Star, all they had was comic books, science fiction books, paper, Doc Savage, The Shadow, all that kind of stuff was there. He'd play show tunes all the time. That's all he would play in this record, in the comic book show tunes. But I went there in 78. I couldn't believe it was a store that has nothing but comic books. It blew me away. Went there until I still go there. Wheaton, Maryland's a long way from where I'm at now, but if I'm in town, I'll stop by Barbarian Books.
Have you ever wanted to run a comic store?
I've gone back and forth with it. I talked to my comic shop owner, and it's 24/7. He's at it all the time, and do I want to do that now? I don't know. I have not yet to travel. I really want. I retired right before the pandemic.
I retired right as it. Yeah, I retired in, what was that, 2020 when it started, really?
Yeah, I
retired in May or early June of 2020, and that was right when that was a couple months in to the shutdown of everything.
Yeah, it was 2019, December 2019. So March.
Oh, that was just when there were just rumors about it. And
I just Christmas was around the corner, so I'm going to Christmas. And when springtime came, I was going to go to Memphis. I was going to go to Providence. I was going to go to all these places. Go down to Texas, visit the places in Texas. Pandemic happened. So if I start a business now, I'm never going to be able to travel. That's an excuse, I know, but my comic book shop guy, I talked to him, and he's just saying 24/7. It's constant doing things, So I don't know.
Well, I need to have some kind of side business to make some extra money.
Yeah.
And I think I'll be able to. I've got an idea to make a little extra money, but because we could probably do fine. With my retirement, but with everything, all the prices being Brandonized, and the electric bill, and the price of food, and pretty soon we're talking about these comic bags. Pretty soon there won't be not only bags but a lot of food. It's like I noticed back in Texas that the cat food and dog food, there's hardly any of it there. Yeah. It's the same here, 10 hours away.
Yeah,
it's like there's a shortage. No one talks about it in the media, but like there's certain brands. It's like you barely ever see them.
Yeah,
and I don't want to get don't want to offend Purina, but I've been told don't ever use Purina. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right about the food. I don't know. Like you said, I don't know what's going to happen from day to day. My wife always says, "Stop watching." I need to be informed, and media just gets on my nerves because I battle it in my head. I battle it emotionally, but it makes for a bad day, But you can't keep your head buried in the sand.
But I've never seen anything like this. It's like the President Trump continued with his lies. This lying liar told the big lie. He's just a big liar. It's just like this is, you could say a disputed claim, but it's like he lied about this. This is absolutely a falsehood. It's like
the negativity.
Now they're leading a guy out of FBI headquarters because he squelched the whole laptop thing. If that laptop had been in the news with what what you could see of it, there's no way he would. And then all the you're not supposed to talk, and you're not supposed to talk about it because it's just like what country is this? And then everything is so weird, and the way the press talks, it's just like this deranged moron. It's an opinion piece, but it's like, wow. So it'll be interesting tomorrow night. Biden's going to Independence Hall, or I guess in Philadelphia, and he's going to talk about how terrible Trump's supporters are. And then Trump will be in in Scranton, Pennsylvania, on Saturday night having a rally, which is where Biden likes to talk about. I came from this rough and tumble place of Scranton.
Oh yeah, but that never happened. Yeah.
But so this will be very fascinating for me to watch Biden tomorrow night, and then Trump Saturday night. Although Trump's not allowed to be shown anywhere. He won't be shown on YouTube. You got to go to Rumble and go to this Right Side Broadcasting because he's a non-person. And Trump's saying now it's like we need to have a new election immediately. We need to.
Did you hear they found all those ballots in Baltimore at UPS?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, they found this like last week. They found a whole bunch of ballots, mail-in ballots, that never got counted.
Yeah, they don't need to. We need to vote in one day, and it needs to be on paper, and this is all nonsense. It's almost kind of, I don't know if you're supposed to talk about it. It's almost kind of like that all happened just so people could do mail-in. It's almost like it was developed in a lab just as a way. No, but no, that's not true. That's misinformation.
Yeah.
But it's like and now Zuckerberg was on Joe Rogan and said, the FBI came to us and told us we should probably not report on this Russian disinformation.
Yeah.
It's like that's election interference.
Yeah.
The guy that did that has now been escorted out of FBI headquarters, but the damage is done, and people are suffering.
Yeah.
Well, they say 20 million people can't afford their electric bills, and they're months behind on it. And then, wait till this winter happens. And we're
Mississippi. They can't even drink the water.
What happened in Mississippi?
They got all the water, the flood that they got.
Oh, that flood that was in Kentucky, or
no, it was in Mississippi. It's in I can't remember. We're at I can't remember the city, but the power plant couldn't handle the water, so they can't drink it. They can't flush the toilets. They can't do anything with the water.
Well, we got frozen out. I guess 2 winters ago in Texas. They turned off our power, and it was 0 degrees outside, and it got down to like 40, 41 degrees in the house. It was horrible. And then, but if I walked a block away to the main road, they had the power on for all the businesses. They selected where they would shut off the power. They figured that these regular people can just deal with it, but the businesses need to stay open.
Right.
And so I learned a big lesson from that, because it was off for over 24 hours. Some people had it a lot worse. And then, I realized, well, you really need to have a working fireplace, but this building doesn't have a fireplace, which is very weird for a building from that time period.
Yeah, it is. That is strange.
And anyway, but there's a power plant that's just like a block, 1.5 minute walk from, not even that, from here. So maybe a small town wouldn't be affected by that as much, but
you never know.
Yeah, it's just, and they want to palm it all. There was that Project Veritas got some CNN executive alone in a bar, and they probably bring in pretty girls and they start chatting up the people, but they've got hidden cameras. And he says, yeah, as soon as we finish with this pandemic, we're going to be playing up climate change. That's our next thing. And this was like a year and a half ago. And they say, yeah, pretty soon it's going to be nothing but that. And then that's what it is.
Yeah, doing good, man.
So predictable.
Yeah.
And, it's just, I don't know what people know. They interview these teenagers on YouTube, and it's like, how many states are there in the United States? 100?
Yeah. When was the Civil War fought? How many stars
I don't know that shit. What?
Yeah. But you ask them anything about pop culture, and they're all over it.
Oh, who the Kardashians are? I don't even know who they are.
Yeah, they'll know all that.
Are they the daughters of the lawyer for O.J. Simpson?
Something like that. I don't know their claim to fame, but I think she was married to the lawyer, and they got divorced or something, and then they got all this money. Because
is that what it was?
Picture of them back in the day, you won't even recognize them. They look like regular people. But then
they've turned into cartoon characters with surgery, I think. And
yeah.
I don't know. I
don't get it.
The only time I'll try to watch these shows based on comic book characters. We saw the first She-Hulk, and we didn't watch the second one. I mean, they're getting real bad. I trust James Gunn, even though I was really creeped out by all that stuff he was putting on Twitter. That was pretty bad.
Right. I didn't see that.
Well, he was just making all these jokes, Nambla kind of jokes like Howard Stern used to make, but they weren't funny. And it was every single Twitter message. He was insulting Trump. And so Trump people went way back in his Twitter to when he was only doing jokes. And you think, well, okay, he's just making fun of the other people in Hollywood, but these jokes aren't really that funny. And it's kind of very creepy.
Right.
But I want to like the guy because he knows comics, and the movies he makes based on comics, they might go a little too far here and there. But I like them. What did you think of Peace? Did you watch Peacemaker? Because you're a Charlton. You didn't even watch it.
I don't have what's that on?
HBO.
Yeah, I don't have HBO. I don't have.
Did you see Suicide Squad with him in it? Okay.
I didn't see that. I've seen scenes on YouTube. It looks funny, but I don't know if it's too far to where I don't too far removed from the character. I don't know. I couldn't tell.
It's pretty far from the character, but he looks like the character.
He does look like it. I agree with
that. But to me, it's a lot of fun, and that's what comic book movies should be.
Right.
Did you like the Guardians of the Galaxy movies?
Yeah.
Okay, it's the same thing, except the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker, he pushes the R-rated stuff more.
Well, it's darker.
Darker, but still, yeah. Okay. I really, and he's doing a third Guardians of the Galaxy, but he also, in a couple of months, he's going to have a Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special because he's probably the one guy that liked Star Wars Christmas special.
Right.
And he's making it like that, I think, where Groot is going back to Planet X.
Okay.
For Christmas. And I'm sure he'll have animated segments like they did with the Boba Fett segment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he'll make it look the cheesy animation because he gets it.
Right.
He's the guy that gets it, and Sam Raimi got it, but I think the studio interfered with that Doctor Strange movie so much that you can only see glimpses of what Sam Raimi would have done with it if he'd been left alone. Did you see that?
No, I saw the only Doctor Strange one I've seen recently is the Spider-Man one.
Oh yeah, he was in Spider-Man. Yeah.
I've not seen the Doctor Strange on his own. The Madness, the Universal Madness.
That's the one that was problematic. But the first Doctor Strange was great. He was great in the Avengers movies. He was great in that Spider-Man movie. Although they were starting to emasculate him a little bit in that because he wasn't the Sorcerer Supreme. It was really his. And then they like find his hair dye or whatever that he's making his hair black with. Mary Jane finds that, and it's like that was like beginning to insult him.
Yeah.
And then this movie, this last movie, he's gone for 5 years because of Thanos, and comes back, and the girl nurse, whatever he was in love with in the first Doctor Strange movie, is getting married to some other guy, and he's there at the wedding, which is the first way they emasculate him. But there's a great scene that in the middle of the wedding, and this is what, if Sam Raimi had been let free to do, this giant creature with a giant eye starts throwing cars around, and Doctor Strange is on this balcony, and he just, his cape comes to him, and he just jumps off and flies. It's like a great superhero moment, like out of the Christopher Reeve Superman movie. It's just one of those things. It's like, oh, why can't the whole movie be like that? That was a great moment. But to me, they just trashed the Scarlet Witch character. She's killing people right and left, and Mr. Fantastic appears, and they just kill him within 2 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, it's some alternate multiverse, alternate universe.
Okay.
Where Doctor Strange, I guess, or the world's been pretty much destroyed, and I guess there's something in Marvel Comics now where they have the Illuminati, and it's the heads, the different, they got the Submariner representing Atlantis, and Xavier representing the mutants, and they have some of those characters. They have Patrick Stewart playing Professor X, and then that actress that played Peggy Carter is British Captain America, whatever the hell she's supposed to be. And so, Scarlet Witch just kills all of them. It's just
really,
but the guys first, because it's woke. The girls fight harder, it takes longer to kill them, of course.
Yeah.
It's just like, and they have like comic accurate costumes. Black Bolt is there, and she immediately just makes it where his head, you see his head go in, like his whole skull is crushed. I don't know
who Black Bolt is, and it's killing. Well, there was the Internal. Wasn't he in the movies, Black Bolt, other than this one movie? So they make him.
It was an Inhumans TV show that was unwatchable, and the first episode or two they combined them into and put it in theaters as a feature.
Okay.
No one went to see it, and then the TV show bombed immediately. It was real low budget. I think it's the same actor that played Black Bolt. They didn't really wear the Kirby costumes in the show, which is the best thing about the Inhumans is how they look.
Right.
And then Medusa, because the CGI is too expensive, they immediately in the first episode had some bad guy cut off all her hair. So what's interesting about Medusa?
Nothing at all. Wow.
There's Gotham City Comics. Peacemaker is better than any Marvel show. Gotham City Comics is got a store in Arizona. I always watch his videos of the new books that are coming out each week, and people I know have been in his store and say it's great. And
cool.
He sent me Archie comics, and he sent me some AOKs. He's just a great guy. He watches my show in the store. I don't know exactly how you can do that in the store. It's like I don't know how you do that in a store. Maybe they play the sound very low. But I don't know. He's a great guy. I think he said he's from up here where I'm at right now.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that right, Gotham City Comics? Are you from up here? But anyway, I'd like to visit that store, but I honestly know I'll probably never wind up in Arizona.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a dog. It's hard to travel. What am I going to do with the dog?
Keep the cat.
Oh, and cats. I mean, I could leave for a few days. The cats could fend for themselves, but a dog, it's a little harder.
Oh, yeah. Good old Drew.
Yeah. I've got her locked out of the room because when she comes in trying to show that she's hungry, she starts chewing on everything, and I have to watch her. And so I'm having to police this room and move everything up higher.
Right.
And
you're getting all your stuff organized, though, huh?
I'm getting stuff organized, but there's things that annoy me. Like this is not from the move. I couldn't find this back in Texas, and I don't know. I think I showed it on my show when I first started it, but I don't know where. I must have put it in the wrong box, or maybe I put it in a box filled with magazines, and it's in the middle of. No one ever visited my house. No one was ever in there. It's an important issue. No one would have stolen it.
Your
it was missing before. Yes, it's that All-Star Comics with Power Girl.
You said that you still haven't found that.
No, but I see on mycomicshop.com you can buy it for less than $100 in somewhat good shape, like a 7. I thought it was a higher dollar than that. I almost tempted. I don't have any money, but to get a copy of it just because it's driving me crazy.
Yeah.
But then I'll find it immediately. But I know I have it. I bought it off the newsstand in Tacoma, Washington when it came out. I think that's where I was.
You gotta find it. It's around. It's around.
Yeah, it has to be. But this has been driving me. This whole thing's been driving me crazy. I keep thinking. Like the script I wrote with my friend Tom Renoni for They Saved Elvis's Brain. I'd written on marker on the spine. I can't find that. I'm sure it'll show up, but my wife says it'll show up, but and she says I'm crazy. That Pebbles Flintstone doll will show up. And I don't know why a grown man cares so much about that. I just thought it was cool.
Yeah.
I still got her rock plastic cradle, but she's nowhere to be found.
With the bone in her hair.
Yeah, it's really cool. I'm gonna look on eBay and see they got it now, but it just drives me crazy. And then I just wish I could meet people around in this area that I'm sure someone shares my interest. But,
oh yeah.
And I drive to Des Moines, but it's like the price of gas, and I just feel like I'm.
How far is Des Moines from you again? Couple hours.
I think it's an hour and 5 minutes away.
Okay.
Up there, they've got a half-price books and some comic stores. Although there's a guy who on Instagram goes by Stanley J. Kirby, and he lives somewhere close. I think he might be a couple hours away.
Okay.
He was talking for a while about coming to visit, but I think the price of gas and everything probably. Yeah. We haven't talked about it lately, but we're going to go around and try to tour. He's going to show me around. And Captain Strangelove came out and visited once. That's more like a 5. He's it's about 5 hours away. He's in Chicago, but he's got stores around. He went in some store that was amazing on his show. He went in with Spinner Rack and Time Travel Comics. And
I haven't watched that video yet.
You haven't watched it? Yeah, it's an old style like we were talking about, where they don't have backing boards in the comics, and there's whole boxes of Wendy and Casper, and
that's cool.
It's I think the doll was put up by Ideal.
Okay.
If I can But the outfit that she had was shit. That's not. I want apparently she had multiple outfits, and I want the one that I had. Oh, there it is. That one's actually pretty good, but it doesn't look like she has the bone, and that's pretty much what it looked like. But that doesn't have it's missing the bone, and that's the whole point.
Yes.
That's the whole point. So
the dust jacket from a book.
Yeah. So when I was first looking, I found some, but I guess it'll just. It's not like something. It's not a high dollar. It's not that high dollar a thing. I'll eventually find one.
You had it for years, though, I'm sure.
Yeah. I probably bought it in the 90s. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would buy these cool. They're girl toys, and I'd buy Barbies and stuff. And this girl at the time, I found out later her sister was telling her, he's probably gay. He's buying all these Barbies, but they were cool Barbies.
But they look great with
buying Barbies. They're cool looking.
Yeah, they look great with your monsters.
Right. Yeah, they're right next to the GI Joes. But I think some people, that's not really something you're supposed to do when you're in your 30s. Is buy. Let's see. Family is from Iowa. I'll retire then when I'm done selling funny books.
Wow, nice.
Well, if you want to come here and sell funny books, maybe I could go into help you. You start a store here. You could start it in my 3-car garage. This is all commercial, but I would not want to deal with modern comic books. I just want to make it exclusively old comic books.
Yeah. There are some dealers that do that, just the older books. But they see the money in the recent books, in these variant books, and they'll, so it's hard to figure out.
Yes, that is, but it seems like the businesses are being taken advantage of because they have to buy a giant amount of books to get those variant covers.
And that's why the variants cost so much, because they got to buy, let's say, a 1 in 100 variant. You got to buy 100 copies of a regular book to get that one variant. That's why they charge $300, $400 for it, so they can make the money back.
But does that mean they're making back their money, but they're still got a bunch of books they can't sell?
Correct. That's what usually happens. Hence, order bins and dollar bins where you see recent books that's got a $4.99 cover price for $1 or 50 cents. I mean, sometimes it works out for them, sometimes it doesn't. It all depends. I know Dynamite was really bad with that at first because Alex Ross would do a sketch cover for 300 comics or something, like whatever the number it was. Alex Ross would do a color shadow sketch cover. And my comic book store had the shadow drawing. It was $500, because he had to make up for the money that he bought, that he spent on the other books.
Well, there's a Fantastic Four coming out that Alex Ross does the entire comic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when that's coming out. I've seen pages from it. It looks spectacular.
Yeah.
It looks like he's got Mr. Fantastic based on, and he's really brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is brilliant. I mean, he is.
He knows where it's at.
He's right up there with Neil Adams. I mean, I don't know how, and he's so prolific. How does he produce that amount of paintings? I know he uses models, but all artists use models. But I think what he's doing with Mr. Fantastic is he's got a box set of Land of the Giants, and he's freeze framing it and getting just the right angle of the pilot. What was the pilot? What was that guy? He played Teenage Frankenstein. It was Gary Conway, was it?
I think, yeah.
If you look at it, the paintings inside in this new Fantastic Four, he looks just like him. And if you think about it, that guy is a perfect Mr. Fantastic, because Mr. Fantastic was not drawn as a skinny nerd.
No.
And that's what they've been trying to do with the movies, is get some soy-looking guy to play him.
Yeah, he's not like
put some gray on his temple.
Because you always knew when you read a comic book, like when you first read FF, you knew they were older than you. You knew they were mature adult people, the Fantastic Four, other than Johnny Storm. You know, you knew Mr. Fantastic was an older guy that could be your dad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they were World War II. They were World War II vets.
Yeah.
And or they might have been in Korea too, but yeah, because the Ben Grimm was with Captain Savage in World War II. And yeah, they talked, he was a fighter pilot and all that.
Right.
So, but to be a World War II veteran in 1962, that you'd just be 40, you know, but you're older. And then I assume Sue Storm is a good 15 years younger than her husband.
Yeah. I know back issue covered Alex Ross's FF. They had some FF.
I have that issue.
Yeah, that was great.
Wait, it wasn't a recent one. It's one from about 5 years ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the logo he did and the different color palette he would use and just the costume designs, just great stuff.
I don't know who's writing it. I mean, that could be.
That's the clincher.
Because the other, a few years ago, Neil Adams did a Fantastic Four miniseries, and someone told me, don't bother reading it, just look at the art because you won't like it.
Yeah.
And he was doing Batman comics, and it's like, I discovered this, and I said, how come no one's telling me that Neil Adams is doing Batman again? Isn't that kind of historic? And they said, nah, he's writing it.
Yeah.
Is that true? Did you try reading it?
Yeah, I couldn't get past a few pages. It looks beautiful. I just couldn't.
I mean, it looked like he tried to overdo the violence, though.
Yeah.
It looked like
very much a lot of blood. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes it's better to just Buddy Holly your way out. You know, like right at the peak of your career, it's just like, see you later, guys. You know, it's like you don't have that down. There's not that, you know, down period of their career when they run out of creative juice.
Yeah. He's still doing, his illustrations are still phenomenal. Just don't write anything. You know, that was what and he had this weird theory that the earth was expanding or something, that he had this mindset of like the universe was getting bigger and the earth was getting bigger or something. Really weird. He did a whole lecture on it. It's on YouTube. You look it up.
There's a lot of people now that believe the earth is flat. A lot of these things that used to be ridiculous things, there's a lot of people that I guess because we're lied to so much, people are going to extremes, just not believing anything they've ever been told.
Yeah. It's part of that, and it's part of I just want to be different. I want to be weird. I believe the earth is flat just to be weird. It's what you said, and part of people being weird.
But there's weird stuff like these NASA scientists saying, we had the technology to get to the moon, but we've forgotten it. And it's like, what? You forgot? That data has been lost. And it's like, what data did you have that helped you get to the moon? And there are people saying we really can't, like in the Fantastic Four, we can't get past the Van Allen belt or something. It's like, well, then how did we get to the moon?
Yeah,
and that makes all these people that believe the moon landing was fake. It's right, and
that's wonderful.
And this guy comes up. I saw it on YouTube to Neil Armstrong, and they said, "I'll give you $1,000 if you'll swear on the Bible that you landed on the moon." He says, "I'm not going to do that." And it's like, well, see,
I just don't know why people think that. It's just I think it's just to be weird. I really do. I think it's just to be different than what everyone else thinks and believes and knows. Not believe, but what they know.
But we are lied to a lot.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And it's like you just start wondering, what else is a lie?
Yeah, you wonder. I wonder that all the time.
Because when I was a kid, the press, I believed the press.
Yeah.
And then the two valiant reporters that broke the Watergate scandal. And now I realize the Watergate scandal was hardly anything compared to
I was talking to my wife about that. I was just talking. The Watergate compared to things that now is nothing.
They took a bunch of documents and they were all strewn across the floor in Mar-a-Lago. Then they took a picture and they released it to the press yesterday or this morning, and everyone's thinking, oh, look, Donald Trump just didn't even care. He just had the stuff all over his floor. And they staged the picture, and it's like, look at this garish carpet. What an idiot.
See, that's the thing that the press. Carpet was, we were kids, the press people, they didn't have an agenda then. They just told it it's information, and you digest it how you see fit.
Well, I think they probably did, and we didn't realize it.
True.
Because I don't know, but it's worse now because they don't make any pretense, and I
need to be a superstar, and then in the media, I like the guy that always gets the press secretary going, Ducey.
Oh, Peter Ducey, yeah.
Yeah, Ducey. Yeah, he cracks me up. He gets the press secretary going, and she gets flabbergasted.
She's an absolute moron.
I feel bad. I do feel bad for her, though, because she's told what she needs. Because think about it. Think if you know what you know, and you're told you've got to say A, B, and C, and man, that's not the truth.
Well, she's not very smart.
No.
The one that was there before, she was just she just would lie, and she was smart and would lie and would just blatantly lie. This one is really dumb.
Yeah.
Kayleigh McEnany under Trump was brilliant because she would just flip back a few pages. Okay, CNN, you said this 2 months ago, and she would show all. She could just nail all of them, and she was great. She was great.
Yeah.
But it depends on whether you like that president or not.
Yeah, that's all it boils down to. But it's funny how he gets her flustered, though. But,
yeah. Well,
all right. Well, let me go. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I see what my wife's doing.
And let guy feed Drew, right?
Well, she had dinner before I started the show, but she may be hungry again. There's no telling.
All right. You doing a video tomorrow?
I might in the early morning.
Okay.
But I got a few things to do in the afternoon. It all depends.
All right.
So, yeah, I'll see you.
All right. You take care.
Right, take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
And so, another episode of Four Color Fossils ends. Oh, shit. We're 4.5 hours in. So, to the 9 viewers still watching, I'll try to do a broadcast tomorrow. Stay tuned. Let's see where I'm at right now. I think I only need 2 subscribers to get to 400. Unless somebody subscribed tonight. Let's take a look. I have 399 subscribers. If one of you 9 people are not subscribe to me, you'll be the 400th subscriber, and I can give you special thanks in tomorrow's show. Actually, 10 people watching. If one of you just subscribes right now, then I can thank you right now before I leave. All right, everybody that's not subscribed, please subscribe. It doesn't cost money to subscribe. All it does is it puts the person in your feed. Whippet Lass in England was saying, I would have subscribed to you sooner. I just didn't. I thought it cost money to subscribe. It's not like a magazine or you're subscribing to HBO or something. Let me see. I'm going to keep updating. No, it's still $3.99. Oh, come on, you guys. $3.99. Let's see here. Try it again. Oh, I got 400 subscribers. Who did it? Put your comment if you're the 400 subscriber. Let me see if it tells me. It doesn't tell me who my new subscriber is. Sometimes it'll tell you a new subscriber. Sometimes, depending on your settings, it won't let me know. Come on, tell me. Well, you can have your privacy, but if you're the 400th guy, come on, that's cool. You need to be thanked. But if someone else could subscribe, then I'll have 401. And then because some people like to, he has 400 subscriptions, I'll just I'll unsubscribe and he'll be back down to $3.99, and then he'll get upset on his show and I can watch him get upset. 400. Are you Red Bullet Comics? Are you the 400th guy? Red Bullet Comics. That's cool. Are you a comic store, Red Bullet Comics? That's a good name, Red Bullet Comics. Yeah, man. I started doing that because Charlton 66 is always going, yeah, man. And I started doing that. It's just like all the time around my wife, you know, and she'll be talking about something that's sad from her past, and I'll go, yeah, man. It's just like, oh, you're not even listening to me, and you're saying that, yeah, man, and I'm telling you about something really bad that happened to me. And it's like, oops, sorry. I it's like Tourette's. I've started saying, yeah, man, all the time. Yeah, still 400. So I will assume Red Bullet Comics is the 400th subscriber, and that's fantastic. So tomorrow I'll have a big 400th birthday party, 400th subscriber celebration on the Groucho Orloff Show. But for right now, I'm probably in trouble with my wife because I've been going for 4.5 hours. So I will be seeing you guys very soon, and have a wonderful evening. And make sure to watch Joe Biden's wonderful primetime speech tomorrow. It should be very enlightening. And Donald Trump's coming on Saturday. You watch that too. And my amazing next episode, where I'll probably be showing Tales to Astonish and Thor comics, will be coming up tomorrow. So I'm going to go ahead and end the broadcast. So sayonara. End broadcast.